As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, we appear to be actually alive upon this internet. Let's make sure though, with titles and set to publics and bit rates and such. And also, let's make sure that my audio is not out of sync yet. That all looks fine. Yeah, we're on second account today. Actually, we already got the SHD cachers and stuff, right? I mean, I can check on this character. I think we already got the SHD caches this week. Oh yeah, because I got to stream yesterday afternoon, didn't I? That's when we did it. Oh no, actually, yeah, no, yeah. Last evening we were getting the catalyst on this account, which we did get. Yay! But yeah, we're quickly logging into this account, mostly to check if Manny still had to debrief with Schaefer. Not unimportantly. Oh, hey, that's a decent zone for farming. Gear mods there. Skill mods here. Yeah, let's go get Danny and Cassie real quick on this account, because I'll forget. And last week we basically did until we got like that.
Control point detected.
My buddy is open for business. I can give you the
I'm
location.
just gonna grab that real quick. Yeah, let's get Cassie and Danny on this account real quick, because we were kind of still logged in on this account. So I was like, let's go get it on this one. Okay. Oh yeah, Danny's on the annoying position, which quite often bugs out. Let's actually go get him or check for him, and then if it isn't, we can always fast travel there, and that might reset him correctly. What am I running? Eclipse, maybe not the greatest. We're just running around in the streets. And yeah, I was kind of looking at Catalyst a little bit after the stream and stuff as well. I think maybe it's not too horrible for actually Eclipse. Well, not full Eclipse, but especially like for those people that run solo Eclipse with capacitor. Because yeah, if you plug in Technician and you just take that instead of the Val mask, if you are using the weapon too, which most of the time with that you are, it kind of makes sense. Makes a little sense. Not a lot of sense, like it's not game changing for that, but at least that might be a use case for it. Although it's a use case that's, for instance, yeah, in my case, I just never would use. I don't run Eclipse solo. So that kind of solves that. And Heather Tennyson. And Heather Finky. One farming for answer. What's the upside to that MMR? I really like it for although the thing is I don't run like Headhunter much nowadays anyway. But if you do like running Headhunter, especially not having, and you like running it with a scope, especially, not scoping out in between each shot actually makes quite a difference. Because you can already put the reticule on the next target while the weapon is just cycling. That makes quite a difference. Like it feels to me, it feels quite a bit better. You do lose a lot of damage compared to some of the other weapons, but it's still enough to start on a purple. So honestly, that's all I need. Yeah, one exotic cache. You know what? Actually, yeah, nowadays as well, we'll take some optimization caches. In the past, my sentence here would be, I have watch alts, so, you know, who needs optimization caches? That answer is no longer valid. Saying that. Oh, hey. We're talking about Oxpecker and me not being sure if it is actually. And yeah, it looks like as well, because I saw Dean. kind of then yeah, that they're not in targeted loot. And yeah, actually, I would be interested in knowing who he has that can look into the data files for targeted again. That will be maybe a handy thing to abuse here and there. But yeah, Oxpecker. But yeah, so Oxpecker isn't in targeted loot. Actually, while we're here, how do we how do we put that in here? Because I forgot this guide. Yeah, exotic tail. Because this is a guide about targeted loot mostly. Yeah, so let's actually open both these up. They're still then correct in, or at least for that one, not targetable. But also actually replace these two with, yeah, while we're here. Just go be in here before I get murdered outside here. Because yeah, we can replace the catalyst. Picture. So this can now become. Also, you know what? Let's change Tinker as well over here. Why did that? Do I resize them? Or did it just paste in a weird size? No, we resize them apparently. And a catalyst. At some point I should just go the other way with it. Just have it be. Oh, wait. This is not the place I take the screenshot from, apparently. That makes sense. Other than just for resizing purposes, let's do it with the name as well, and you. And let me catch up here for a second. Oh, and and thank you so much there. I'll go with Effenstein, Frankenstein, UK. Oh yeah, thank you so much for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. And thank you as well, Airbus, for keeping that sub going. And as always, thank you guys and gals very much for your support of my terrible decision making and buying all of the apparels and such. Being enablers. I'll just, you know, if somebody asks me at some point, why did I make these poor decisions? I'll just blame you guys. But yeah, thank you guys and gals very much. Oh, and thank you, Tonyson, for the 5 gifted there on top as well. And yeah, well, yeah, kind of speechless almost. But yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, as always, never needed. Like, don't feel the need to like splurge on me or anything. That sounded weird, but also yeah, always appreciated. And yeah, happy you guys and gals like it enough to, yeah, make also poor decisions like throwing money my way. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, all. And yeah, I think as well, all the people that got some gifteds there will very much appreciate it. Okay, let's go quick headshot things. Well, no, so with the scope, it doesn't go out of the scope. So generally, when I'm in the scope, also with the other ones as well, you wouldn't like you won't keep the crosshair in between shots, but especially it doesn't take you out of the scope, is it? Oh yeah, actually that's the next sentence you were putting out there. Yeah, I got it. Sorry. Yeah, that works pretty good for that. And yeah, try it out, and especially if like if you have that same kind of play style, I feel it fits in pretty well. We need to go to stash. Actually, yeah, we need to also still go to Cassie, but let's go to stash first. But yeah, let's put not Birdie. All right. Oh yeah, actually, that's what we're doing. This one, we don't have the full item yet, of course. Tinkerer. Go into this. Go ahead. But it has a new image. Is it? That disgusting new image is now. It does kind of look pretty awkward looking, that thing. We'll see how it looks actually in the end. See the new apparel. Well, glad you guys are okay with just, instead of buying it for yourself, just wasting it on me, so I buy it. So we have that one. Yeah, so that's fixed up. Actually, in the weapons one, oh yeah, Pakan. Oh yeah, we have Nimble and Pakan as well. Let's actually, I don't think I've redeemed them yet on this account. Let's actually redeem them real quick. Season track, season pass. Pass the Bahan, right? Yeah. Pass the holster. Let's claim both of those. Don't need a second Exodus, but let's already right away. Well, let's first lock this holster. Well, maybe let's do this holster just first by itself. I don't want to optimize it. Just so it has the orange glow underneath it. Let's waste some things on this. Explosion, I can't. Yeah, whatever that means. Maybe not the best choice of words. It's less bad when it's like an inanimate object kind of thing, but when I'm talking about myself, maybe not the best choice of words. Oh, actually, yeah, we need to, that one we need to reroll. Oh yeah, this one we're optimizing. And either this and either tiny. Yeah, I need some more field recons. And yeah, it is kind of funny seeing now, just, you know, you're spending 100 and you're getting 300 of it in return. That fills up pretty quick. Let's add in the nimble holster with actually its final image. Well, this thing on a black background is just, you can't see shit on it. It's black on black. Name. Still don't understand why sometimes this like gets an outline and sometimes it doesn't. So there's nimble holster, which is the currently unknown. And then yeah, what do we make this? In from exo source, but not in targeted loot. Is that available? I mean, one thing we do is just take this down to 12. And then this is currently unknown. Let's actually separate these a little bit. That way. This is kind of clear, right? I think. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Got the balance, it's a lot better than the store pick. Yeah, although well, you can see it as well, just in the like the final version in there as well. Was it? Because I did look at it, I haven't bought it yet. We'll likely buy it actually. The thing is though, the Pahan is not something I'm gonna use much, I feel. But in here you can actually inspect it as well to get the full glory of it. It doesn't look bad. And yeah, I kind of like the, you know, the cylindrical mag. Not cylinder, the... Actually, well, it is cylinder or a spiral mag. Oh, if you mean by this picture? Oh, wait, actually likely by this picture, right? Yeah, this doesn't really like show it, but yeah, you can see the model. It doesn't look good. It's just, it's asking a lot. They ask a little bit too much, I feel, for it. What's my blueprint total now? I can go look. Oh, well, I'm not on the right account. I think it was 561. 551 out of 567. We're gonna look in a second. I'll be on main account in a second because we'll go over there to do some. I'm just over here, just yeah, wanted to get Danny and Cassie, but now we're getting sidetracked by this. But this is also kind of fine. We can use this to actually fix up these because we have new information. Oh well, things have changed. Exodus is definitely an exo source, but yeah, kind of confirmed to not be in targeted source. So that means you can get it from priority objectives, you can get it from exotic caches, you can get it from, you know, other places which can trigger an exo like world bosses and stuff. But you cannot target loot for it, which still makes it harder to get than just general. Yeah, so we updated that, we have these two now. Let's go also to the Pahan. Because basically here we'll have the same. Well, actually, I'll check with, seeing as he has now somebody to check into the drop tables, maybe he can look into the Pahan as well and into the nimble holster. But we can pretty clearly say it's not in targeted loot currently. And yeah. So let's take this same text, because that applies to the Oxpecker as well. And yeah, let's update the picture of the Bahan, because the last time around it was we didn't have one yet. It was just at the start of the season. Let's actually take it here. Let's re-roll this thing a few times. Let's see if I get some streamer luck on my side. Just by reconfiguring this. We want, of course, crit chance towards that. I need 2 months. And yeah, I've had a pretty good day so far, and I hope everyone. And that's why I stream, just so we get streamer luck once in a while. But yeah, my day has been good so far, and also yeah, and you know, single rerolls, getting the stats I want on exotic. My day's good. Because yeah, not wasting a ton of exotics on that. I'm happy. And also, yeah, actually today I got to make a few more, I made 2 more shorts even as well. So I have basically, the next 5 shorts are already up. That saves me, that makes it a little bit easier as well to get in between videos and stuff. Because those go up between like the normal videos. Every 2 days there's a video, but it's a short, then a normal video, then a short, then normal. So at least I have those shorts up and ready. And yeah, the next one is actually going to be on spawning the loot goblin, which I actually made today, just because also, you know, he changed. I'd already actually made one, but I actually made 3 today, because yeah, I kind of remade that one, but I just had to re-record a part of it, not the whole thing. So because yeah, he has now changed a little bit with how he drops his loot and stuff. So Boy, lights up depending on your SHD or rogue. Oh, it has lighting on it. Okay, yeah. Well, I should buy that on when we get back to main account. The hitbox and the Marauder on Roosevelt. In what way? Because I'm like trying to think of like what has happened to him. Because I haven't done Legendary Roosevelt in a while. It's similar to the Chinese version. Oh, okay. I think I've seen that one. I've seen a GIF of that one. Have you got a good recommendation for solo legendary build? Generally, for solo legendary, it's like very specific to your playstyle and such as well. If you're looking for some good tips when it comes to solo and legendaries, I'll just send you to Toasty. If you aren't familiar with the man, the myth, and the legend. And he actually has in his, well, he like solo speedruns legendaries, but yeah, speedrunning is a different thing than actually just running. But he also has, if you scroll down a little bit on his videos, he has these, like how to solo each of the legendaries. And in these, he has builds specifically for those and stuff as well. So yeah, that's likely the better way, or the, you know, better spot to kind of look at that. Because yeah, you can do it on a full red. You can, but I, for instance, also haven't. Or actually, I haven't back in the day with the negotiator, but back then the corner cheese in the shield cheese existed, so that made it a lot easier because you could just, you know, not get hit by a lot of enemies. You don't have that option anymore nowadays. Hmm. Oh, it's just not lining up with the hitbox. So, just go through it. Interesting. Oh, it's likely the weekly this week, right? That's maybe why people are noticing. I wonder if other marauders are having. Because the marauder in Brooklyn seems fine, right? At least. Made it so easy, yeah. And that's kind of how I did it in the past as well. I wouldn't mind actually trying with like modern builds, but also the thing is nowadays we have like that was back in the day when if you weren't doing it with like well, we have strikers and stuff now that are much stronger than they used to be back then. Like back when I did it was like negotiator or glass or focus. Focus high end or focus negotiator, basically. It's what you went with most of the time. But yeah, chest striker, for instance, nowadays can tear through that. A lot of parts. But yeah, legendary is much more not so much about the build, but actually knowing what's going to happen. Like, especially for solo, you can't just reactively play and just go like, hey, it'll be fine. No, the thing that would happen then most of the time is just you would run out to a spot, you would die, and then you would learn how to do that. And then, you'd get back to that spot again and try to win that spot. And then now that you know how to beat that spot, you go one room further, now you die there. And, it becomes kind of trial and error kind of thing. But yeah, you can skip all that by just using somebody else's knowledge, like those things. And you can get it first try. Yeah. And I did in the end. And showing those like exactly. I'm just sticking like five euro bills into my PC, and it's just going directly to Ubisoft, and they're giving me streamer like in return. And played. Yeah. The 5 blue cores is enough for solo runs. Like, yeah, you still need to know the thing though. As well. But a memento is always also a pretty good one for solo. I mean, in generally for solo. Okay, there's the weekly. Yeah, I'm guessing it's not dispatch that changed it, right? I'm guessing it's maybe because of the Marauder model that they brought in with Brooklyn. Maybe that's breaking other ones. We should maybe check play around with that, because I wonder then if maybe like the engines and stuff are also like weird now then, or exactly what the hitbox issue is. It's perfect focus on striker for nowadays. I mean, yeah, although focus depends on the mission. For instance, in DUA, it would just be too fast moving, I feel. But for Roosevelt and stuff, yeah. Sell a legendary. Yeah, if you're intent on it. But also keep in mind, soloing legendary is only, it's not, you only do it for the challenge. Because the strongholds, they scale only, scale the health and armor of the enemies on legendary. But they do not scale. They do not scale the numbers, the spawning amounts. So that means if you're doing it on solo, you're still fighting way more than is intended generally. In Summit, it does scale numbers as well, so their legendary solo is a little bit easier, but yeah. And here we have the Pak Pakan. It's about the same size. Yeah. So yeah. At least these two are not updated. That's annoying, actually. I'm keeping this hole here. That hole is actually for the ox specker. We took it out of it being in targeted pool because it turned out to not be. But yeah, I'm hoping they just fix the target loot part of it as well, and then you can just go back into that gap, and then the Pakan would actually be one after as well. Yeah. So these two are updated. Let's actually update the images here. And actually, let's put this to 18. There we go. Okay, so that one's updated. Sunburned, I should add in, because here we're defining the pre-requirements. But what I should do is add in also maybe a section for these non-targetables explaining why they're non-targetable. Yeah. You know what? Let's add that as a note, maybe. Where my normal big pens are there. Like, what is this pen I suddenly have in my hands? Exo guide. Add section add section targeted loot like pre-requirements. We'll add it to the to-do pile. Yeah, we can close that one. Yeah, let's go check Cassie. That was like actually what I'm here to do. For now, let's just actually no, we'll keep the nimble and the Pahan on the character. Might actually run with it. Yeah, let's go see what Cassie has. Everybody's against the place of focus, honestly, never really liked it. I mean, no one enjoys running focus. It's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. Because I don't think there's anybody that goes like, yay, I'm in a scope. And I can't see what's around me.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer.
But it's basically how much do you dislike it versus how much you like having damage. Especially, yeah, for solo legendaries, yeah, that damage difference can make a big difference, especially in the past. When, yeah, where also Striker didn't exist. So it was either going glass or going that. Because also back then, a blitz rate was 15%. Like, a blitz rate wasn't always, 25 or 20 like it is now. So, anyhow, good luck out there in some legendaries race. And also, yeah, DOA generally is considered the easiest to solo, especially. Mostly because the boss fight as well is pretty straightforward. It's just, it's just big dude deal with big dude, and it's kind of easy to avoid him. For instance, yeah, Roosevelt, Capital, the boss fights can be just, you get overwhelmed, especially. But yeah, do DOA first. I'll even maybe practice a little bit in the summit and get a hang for it a little bit. Because in the summit it does skill the amount of enemies as well. So You still get the health and armor of a legendary enemy, but not the numbers. So you can kind of get a good feel for the build. Let me catch up here. Shield turn, yeah. Also, with the shield thing, it was also you needed a scope anyway to make it consistently work the best that it can. Oh, did he now? Wait, does he has hardcores? Actually, you know, I've seen him play on hardcore, but it's been I hadn't seen them pull hardcores out for a while. But also, yeah, I haven't been able to keep up in the afternoons much lately. Can you still do chopper skip on DUA? No. At least as far as I'm aware, all of the chopper skips have been fixed like a while back.
I've got what you need right here.
Any orbiter. I use the thermal today. Though it had the mills that was a respawn back at the safe house, build for about an hour, can hang. Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of, now you do have to two-shot the purple even to start it. That's kind of the downside as well of the turmoil. But yeah, it can be really powerful once you do get it going. Because also you can just always overpower things with like Nemesis and stuff. Just, yeah, take a first headshot with a Nemesis, then swap over to a determined weapon, and then you need to land a second headshot, but then after that, every shot is 2 kills. So better than the head, charge around that's thinking. Just do it. Oh, you're running with the pistols? I don't think it's like pistols. I feel it's just too weak to get the start going, I would think. I haven't per se tried. I'm not that interested in it. But somebody was asking, and I was kind of thinking about it. Somebody specifically asked about I did a short about the high-end pistol headhunter. But just thinking about it was just like, yeah, you're going to need like 6 shots to take out a purple. Or 4 shots to take out a purple and 6 shots to take out an elite, if that's what's in front of you, before you have a stack in. And even when you have a stack in, that shot can only still do a red. So yeah, that seems like with pistols just not too favorable for it. Or yeah, or you need to charge it up with the Dutch City first. But if you miss the Dutch City shot, that's what the thing I like about the new updated version with just the headhunter is just it doesn't need to rely on the Dutch City as much. It still has it, and it still can use it, but it can also just, you know, on the second shot straight go to elite. Should a red eclipse build work? It works somewhat. I have one in the build collection. There is. Where is it? It's 4 point something. Yeah, this one, for instance. It's like a red eclipse. You can do other things actually nowadays as well. But this was actually a red eclipse made for back in the day Hollywood, where you had to do shock. And then basically, once I made this, like a season later, they changed Hollywood to also just be the disrupt. So this was completely unnecessary from that point onwards. Thing is, though, Eclipse, well, the spread is dependent on the duration. The duration is dependent on skill tiers for a lot of skills. And nothing has a lot of duration is the thing without skill tiers from the skill end. So you kind of are tied to some of the weapons. And yeah, there you don't have great tools, really. I wouldn't mind trying this, reworking this maybe to work with Iron Lung. Either Iron Lung or Blue Screen. Should maybe actually give it a workout. But the thing is also it just ends up pretty weak. Like In the same strength, you could just have an OD doing its things. How do I like the nimble? Overall, I haven't been using it much. I feel it's competing. Like, I would much rather, for myself, have an Exodus. That I can make much more useful. To me, the nimble is just like, yeah, I could cover two over there, or I could just pop a med pack. And then the med pack is actually, you know, faster even most of the time. Just very clunky to use. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the trade-off of it. Going to upload to show that you don't need high levels of expertise. Oh yeah, that is that will be make a cool video, I feel, because also even just doing hardcore legendaries are a little bit above what I'm, for instance, even willing to consider. Way above it. So yeah, it's cool to see him do it. But yeah, he's of course also the person to do it. We're commenting on Toast Circle Legendary. His comments get deleted. He was saying some crazy shit. Okay. Like in a good way, in a bad way, or just like being a dick. And hey there, Windsor, and thank you so much as well for keeping that sub going. And yeah, as always, much appreciated. And yeah, welcome in. Let me get up on this side. Where were we here? When I say updated reconstructed caches include all non-event item blueprints, does that mean they can get the Lexington? No. First of all, the Lexington would be an event item. Secondly, nothing changed. It's the same no blueprints were added actually there. So either something went wrong with that section, or that section was just, I don't know, nothing. But don't expect the Lexington, Huntsman, Caretaker, all of those kind of things, Shield Splinter, like they took out the Shield Splinter specifically from the reconstructed caches. So weapons like that aren't, that aren't, basically it's the season ones that's going to be in the reconstructed caches. Because even the event ones are, because actually Lexington is an event one. It's technically an event one. Even though it's not like that, it's not the seasonal events one, but it is still an event one. Same like with the Caretaker. It was from the Game Pass event, but then, it's not a seasonal event. So it doesn't go into the loot pool of the Goblin. Focus was great combined with the shield. Oh yeah. It was one of the go-tos for selling. That's also why it got fixed. The one that made hits 100% has it. I've tried every contest made as backfire build. The one I made is. I mean, I'm already like kind of averse to your statement there of going like the one that I made. Like, what does that even mean? It's not like we're like crafting these things out of, pure molecules and 3D printing them and stuff. You're just sticking a build together from a bag of, items that you can pick from. But also I can tell you already, on hitting harder, any setup that is 100% hazard protected is not the hardest hitting setup. Just straight up. Because the hardest hitting setup is kind of already known. It's a chest striker version of the striker. So, and this is, yeah. Without modifier, no matter the season. Yeah. I mean, I can show you what is actually the hardest hitting one. Although, well, the brother of it, because I prefer it without the chest. But you can go with the chest and you can get bigger numbers. But this is one of those where, yeah, it's mostly at the range. Trying to actually extract bigger numbers from it in the field is kind of painful. 3.13, yeah. Because yeah, the second you say 100% hazard protection, I know it's with a ninja bike, and it's not the hardest hitting build. Like, but yeah, the version that we're kind of talking about is here. But then the chest version. So if we take the one in the lower right corner there with the mask, Cheska mask, for instance, although that Cheska second piece can be anywhere, and the striker chest. So. Not with ninja, no ninja. Then you're not 100% hazard protected unless you're making really bad choices in other ways. Because if it is, because that's either striker with two-piece cavalier, which is a lot worse than one-piece Cheska, one-piece cavalier, and then ninja bike, and then still worse than just two-piece Cheska. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's even worse. That's even worse than the ninja bike version. So at least upgraded to the ninja bike version. And if you want to go that route, or in upgraded to that, yeah, two-piece Cheska and one mod is a lot better than two-piece cavalier. You gain so much more in stats. Like a cavalier with a ninja bike kind of makes sense, but not with just two-piece. Wait, did we actually look at? I'm just walking away. I have two Cheska. Okay, but then you have that build, but that's not 100% hazard protected. It can't be. You're 90% general, and you need one bleed mod.
Take your time, Agent.
Something
That's what this is.
over.
You need one bleed mod, and you're 90% hazard protected.
I found something. Come over here.
Oh god, we have one of these. What did you do that is better than this then? I'm really curious because yeah, if it's anything other than the chest, like yeah. But yeah, you don't have the option to have 100% hazard protection. Like there is no real way. Because you're either going two-piece Cheska, you're either going one-piece, or you're going one-piece Cavalier with one-piece Cheska with a ninja bike, or you're going two-piece Cavalier without a ninja bike. That's kind of the options that you have. But then also just, if you know where my Discord is, or I'll link you to Discord, just put a screenshot up. Okay, but again, you say you have two-piece Cheska, and then you say you have 100% hazard protection. Those two things cannot be true together. I have the build, I can know, right? It can be 90% hazard protected and then 100% against bleed. Okay, but that's not the original thing that you said. Yeah, put a screenshot up there. But yeah, if it's just a chest version of this, yeah, that can hit harder. Because also, yeah, if you're saying it's 1.8, that's exactly as well what we see on the right side there with 1.8. But that's not better. That's just hitting harder, but you need to reach 200 stacks now. Actually, yeah, so well, we do have a detox, although well, it doesn't matter for Huntsman. Although these stats are good enough to get a few and just fix those up. Or some red factor pieces. Or well, one. Okay. We have measured assembly here. I could just buy a ton of this and just donate for for getting it up there. Oh no. Somewhat usable Fenris chest. Although, yeah, Fenris chests. I'm just gonna take one just in case. And again, a 10.7 for. Could actually get some on the hardcores. Yeah, let's take this character back to base. We'll catch up here. You got so many of them. I mean, yeah, if you just do all of them. And then it's not so far. I did them this week. Yeah, I mean, you do, yeah, for each of the steps you get one, so that adds up pretty quick. Oh, I thought you meant you already had. There you go. I'll put them in both chats. to the Discord. Oh, you got the link already. Oh, I wasn't reading fast enough there. Yeah, do I wanna do anything else here? No, let's swap accounts real quick. Oh, actually, you know what? Real quick, I'm just gonna take a hardcore there and just buy a bunch of those mods. Those 10/7s are actually worth it, so just really. But also, yeah, just prove it. Is the thing. Instead of saying, indeed. But yeah, put a screenshot in screenshots. Or even general chat. Yeah, this can give. Let's go to the hardcore real quick and just go and get Cassie real quick, and then we'll swap to main accounts. I just briefly want to work on one thing of the
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Of the build collection. And actually, I wouldn't mind trying out that focus aces setup. Yeah, let's take this to over here.
Oh, said it was safer for us if she's not here.
The snitch, whenever we fast travel to one of the places he can spawn, there's a chance he will spawn. I always come here. Space admin, high spawn chance. And you can kind of spot him through the wall if he is or isn't here. Oh, am I in heroic world? I am. That's completely unnecessary, but it's fine. I might just change the world here to normal. Yeah, well, when we're in there, let's change the world to normal. This will measured assembly further and share with us sometimes in the future. I mean, I kind of have a setup already in mind. Yeah, I do need to run it just more. And just get a better kind of feel for it. But there's already one in the build collection. I am actually going without the backpack for a general use one.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
I feel the backpack is pretty good if you're doing like the backpack thing, but that just isn't everywhere. Like in a lot of places, 10-second cooldown on that thing is way more is enough. Way more than you need, and then you can have like setup. But then also, yeah, if you're using it on the lovebirds or something, yeah, you would want the 1 second one. Squirtle. But layout-wise is basically the same as a Fi. I'm taking 2 blue cores on it. But because then we can put in a setup that's with a blue core. That's, of course, just easy. Easier. And then 1 extra. Because we have... if we have, like, you know, the hive under one person and the skill under another, then we're already kind of at 6 again. We have at least 2 tools. Thing with it is, though, I think it will work the best in like coordinated teams. But yeah, it's kind of always compete with FI. It needs to really it needs to be, you know, a game changer with its deconstruction things, which, yeah, for instance, the lovebirds, it is. But in a lot of other places, it isn't. And you would just rather have the, you know, 25 total weapon damage from a Fi. There's also in a lot of places where that gets used, like the incursion, that's also going to chest striker, which doesn't have any total weapon damage, meaning that yeah, you get the full 25% of it.
I found something. Come over here.
Did anything get posted? No.
Thank you.
Not yet. Yeah. Let's get a few of those mads. And you know what? I'm going to take 2 of these chests as well, just in case. But yeah, I'm going to take, let's say, that's many mods. Wasn't keeping count or anything. Yes. You know what? Let's take this Detox Huntsman as well. I wouldn't really consider using Huntsman for
Do that again sometime.
hardcore. You would much rather have consistency. And yeah, apparently we've got 20 of them. 10/7s is, I think, one of the higher ones that can come off the vendor. And yeah, with hardcores, sometimes we lose them, of course. If we lose the character, we lose the mods on it. So it's not a bad idea to stock up on a few, and I'm just gonna dump them in the stash so they're safe. And then also what I can do is I've been already dumping a bunch of mods into here. And then basically everything that is under, 10.7, yeah, which we weren't keeping already. Everything else can kind of go, and we always have a bunch of these at the, if nothing else. 20 is maybe overkill, but we'll fix it up later. Oh, this is the reward track actually from Hollywood last week. You know what? Let's take it actually on the hardcore. Might as well open it up here. If we get something useful, we'll actually use it. With how adamant they were about their build, I would have expected them to have put a picture of it up at some point. But yeah, they haven't yet. I'm kind of checking Discord intermittently. Because I'm kind of curious what they bring forward. But I kind of already know the outcome. Oh, it doesn't ever pay to be too confident, but on this one, I'm feeling pretty confident.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Hang on to those. Yeah, let's take it to main account. As we're logging on over. And then yeah, we'll have a look at replacing this one. I think I'm just gonna replace it with the other one. Although maybe I should, yeah, let's run it first. Let's run it first for a little bit. And then we decide. Still haven't really ran it. Because yeah, this as a rifle build, turns out Ace is really not worth it for that. But actually Handbasket having come in might be a decent way of doing things. Actually, let's keep this up till the game loads. Service has been asked, but have you run the numbers on the new mask with DPS builds? New mask Catalyst or new mask Tinkerer? Yes to both in different places. But also, yeah, I'm gonna assume Tinkerer. Actually, Catalyst. I mean, yeah, Catalyst for just red builds doesn't make too much sense. Like it's, you need to be doing status effects. So kind of Catalyst for OD is something we kind of looked in to. And kind of re-looked into. And yeah, now that the Catalyst is fixed, it's gonna be my not next, but the one. Well, actually might make it my next. video. I'll decide tomorrow which video we're doing, because it's either going to be the build collection updates or it's going to be the catalyst. But we've had several in-depth looks in a row. Technically, the build collection update is a rambling talk, so I'm kind of considering maybe doing that. But also, the catalyst has just been fixed, so you know, it might be nice to get a video out while it's kind of fresh. The thing is though that with OD, it doesn't beat the Coyote. But for an OD, it does get you a little bit more reload speed on kill, and it gets you a little bit more status effect, but the status effect doesn't matter.
Safe area entered.
And also in a little bit, Tinkerer will come in and be the OD mask. So.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Just from casual matchmaking standpoint, I've heard you say FI is often an overall group DPS last one first when it's not needed. I mean, yeah, any of the buffing, well, in a 4-man team, any of the buffing builds is going to be it. At the very least, it's gonna like, because OD I think kind of generally is close to even, but everything else is, yeah, FI is, for instance, yeah, isn't enough. Depending on builds as well. With Obliterate Strikers, it's like, as a group, if you just see it as group DPS, the OD with like its buff and then buffing 3 like strikers kind of lands up around the same numbers if it's a 4-man. If it's an 8-man, of course, it's a little bit ahead. FI is kind of same story, and especially the thing is with if you're going full healer FI, the build itself also doesn't have much damage. But of course, the thing is also you have to consider that, yeah, when there is a healer in the team, people don't need to med pack for themselves every, you know, that 3 seconds of med pack. You know, that's 3 seconds of not shooting. So, of course, do you have like measured assembly as standard for that? I'm thinking of making actually a red one, a mostly red one, or like, you know, leaning towards the red side of things. But yeah, I haven't really like looked too much into going full red with it. Or well, not full red, because we still want to keep a few tiers so we can, you know, with like 3 teammates, take it to 6. And technician, so you know we could have 4 red scores. But yeah, that's something for in the future a little bit. It would still be a loss as well. Like MA wouldn't. Thing is now though with the smart cover, maybe it's actually, you know, because yeah, that can make up for a lot. But that could be any 6-tier skill build. That could also be an Eclipse. One of the things I've been considering is just running that thing on Eclipses. Just, hey, here's some fire and here's some buffs. Because 47 or 37, no, it is, what is it? That's the overcharged one, right? What is it, that skill tier 5? Although also then the mod is still also on top of it, right? Yeah, 37 on skill tier 6. Plus another 7, so, or 8, so, yeah, 45, 40, 44, 45, with an extra mod in there. Yeah, that's a lot of the attack. But the thing is, it would always kind of, yeah, a FI's buff is already gonna always be bigger, so you have to really be making use of its removing, you know, enemy proxy things and stuff. Sometimes if I found buffing, say, 1 competent player. Well, if it's a full FI in the team, it should be buffing everybody. Like, it's then your job to kind of keep everybody topped off. Unless like it is really bad players and they kind of really are hard to keep, you know, everyone spread out or something. But as long as you're doing like missions and stuff, it should be, you know, you should be capable of keeping everybody topped off with a hive and a heal cam. Oh, that's not the thing as well, right? You want also to have the smart cover, honestly. So you just have to do it with the hive, and then they just have to stay in it. But yeah, the thing is with measured assembly, what it really is getting on top is that it can do a little bit more damage because it could have red cores, and then, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it could have red cores, and then the skill tiers come a little bit from there. You could have a capacitor on it. I wonder actually how much damage you can squeeze out of it. We'll likely look into it in a bit. Because I do want to actually make a red one. Still need to kind of find the spot for it. Place to place it in the build collection. But yeah, we'll find something. Yeah, let's take Ranger here. So Streamline, that was messing about with Streamline, but honestly, I don't like it. Let's actually max out this hand basket. It is expensive, but also it isn't actually that much more expensive than a lot of others, because even if we get like a half full one, that's also, I don't want to farm. I don't want to farm and that thing. Black Crimson. Let's actually change the colors on this. Let's maybe take something of this season. There's a lot of scrolling. We can't use this. If I touch that, it actually resets to the top, which is super annoying. Actually, I kind of like this Fog of War, which is from this season. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's actually save this. Not apparel loadout, but here loadout. There we go. Yeah, let's actually take this out to some fights. What do I need for the manhunt actually? Oh, federal emergency bunker. Yeah, not with this. Let's take it against some control points. Actually, we have some gear mods here, and also, yeah, let's take it up against some hyenas. Let's go for that one. Just want to mess around against some enemies. Heals the enemy, but she's better. Yeah, your backfire brings all the boys to the yards. You could teach me, but you'd have to charge. Also, yeah, he like. I don't know if you're out there, Oscar, but you had my curiosity there. But yeah, you haven't actually, you haven't posted anything. So, what happened? Looks like B tier to me, but people are claiming it's the second coming. Oh, are they? No, it's not too great. Actually, the thing I think maybe the catalyst, as I actually going back to catalyst, might be okay for is actually Eclipse if you're running Eclipse solo, which I'm not ever really. But if you are running Eclipse solo, because yeah, you could have a red core, you could have Technician. Well, you have a red core from that, and then you have Technician to make up for that. Then you have weapon damage plus status effects, and both of those also then with a capacitor, you're feeding into, you know, your fire and such. You don't actually lose that much against a Valtic, because I wasn't too sure about how much you're losing up against a Valtic. You don't lose too much versus a Valtic. You still lose. And also Valtic would be longer and stuff, but especially as well having the weapon damage, it makes a little bit of sense. So that's, I think, maybe like the place it would fit in. Because also, for instance, yeah, OD, it's going to get replaced by Tinkerer, even if it would be good now. Tinkerer makes much more sense. And on red builds, like, there's just not enough status effects going around. And any way of doing status effect is going to eat up way more damage than that thing is going to provide you. You should play. Also, sometimes see these animals.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you feel like you don't have the uptime on FI, yeah, with that. Thing is, though, that build is also really reliant on people actually getting into the smart cover. So that doesn't solve that issue that much. I feel at that point you would much more be leaning towards refactor or combat medic, where, you know, you're healing and stuff, but you're also doing some damage. Might as well do the damage yourself, almost, basically, right? At that point. Because what measured assembly especially has is actually, yeah, the removal of proxies. Like, it has, you have to be doing something with that on top to really make it be worthwhile. And hey there, Randy. And yeah, welcome in. How does damage with detox get calculated? I was confused slightly by someone's telling me that 10% detox on a headshot build is better than 10%, and now I want to know under the hood a bit. I mean, if you want to know the full story, I'll link to the guides folder here. I have actually a guide on the damage calculations. And yeah, 10% detox is a lot more than 10% headshot. The reason for that is the way that these systems work. So all of these stats, same for detox and, for instance, your headshot, they're additive to themselves. So they form together into a pool. So all of the headshots get gathered up, put in one pool. All of the detox gets together in one pool, and they multiply against all of the pools multiply against each other. So they're additive into a pool, and then all the pools are multiplicative to each other. That's also why detox isn't multiplicative. Like, people say that, but if you have a Fox Spur and you have on the weapon, if you have two sources of it, it's additive to each other. So, but what detox is a much smaller pool. So the smaller a pool is, the more effective the number going into it is. So if you have 10 in a pool and you're adding another 10 into it, you're not getting the full 10 because it's going into that pool that is multiplying against other things. That means you're getting diminishing returns on it. And the more you push a number up, especially, you know, detox doesn't really go past 18 or, well, 20. LMG plus Fox Spur, 20. Like, that's the max you can have. Headshot usually starts at, 70. Shotgun 65? Well, if you have the full watch. And generally, yeah, you're pushing it into the hundreds, right? That means that when you're adding, especially past the 100 points, when you're adding in 10, you're getting 5% damage in return. That's at 100 headshot. At 200 headshots, you're getting a third in return. At 300, you're getting a quarter in return. At 400, you're getting a 20% in return. So as you go up, you gain diminishing returns in those stats. And especially pushing headshot up that high, which, in a headhunter build, means that, yeah, a detox can really easily overtake it. If for the same value, you could have, either detox or headshot, then yeah, the detox is going to beat it out. But that's generally not as what is happening, because you're also giving up a brand bonus, so you have to kind of calculate it out, but the detox is generally going to and yeah, no, detox is not multiplicative. Yeah, this isn't Reddit. We're not going to, let's not say those things. I know a lot of people on Reddit and stuff too, but yeah, you have two sources of detox. You have it adding together. Also, even if it was multiplicative, that is not the reason. If it was self-multiplicative, that would mean multiplicative would mean that it's multiplicative to itself and to other things. And that detox isn't. There are things that are, for instance, the Hunter's Fury buff, Intimidate, those are multiplicative to itself. And if it's multiplicative to itself, it must be multiplicative to everything else. Because, it would be weird if it didn't. But even if detox was multiplicative, it was that it's multiplying. If you have two sources of it, they're multiplying against each other. That still wouldn't be the reason why detox is better. It is much more so the amounts of it, and the diminishing returns on headshot and it. But yeah, the detox being multiplicative is just a false thing that just has been repeated a billion times, and everybody believes in at this point. But by the way that we define additive and multiplicative in the whole entire gaming scene, detox is additive. It's additive to itself and then multiplicative to its others. And it's generally that to itself that we care about. Now, Division doesn't have too many of those, but a lot of other games do a lot of multiplicative to itself as well. That's like me, yeah. So, stuff in this game. Yeah. Yeah. Let's actually engage this. So Ace's focus with a handbasket. You know what? I never hate Aces anyway, or like the focus sniping heads like gameplay. And yeah, with vigilance down, I couldn't actually drop that one. Oh, we can just body shot a red. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, 12 million with Aces and Vigi up, so enough for one-shotting an elite here with Ranger. Although, of course, our range mattering as well. And yeah, the thing is here as well, I don't need to care about, you know, keeping Headhunter going. So for instance, I can just free body shot, or just, you know, take the helmet off without caring. You know, I don't dislike this. I kind of like it, actually. This guy just trying to super close the distance. It's hard to, oh, he's coming. Oh lordy, he's coming. I mean, 5 seconds is a lot of time, sir. Also, yeah, I have this. Why am I not using it? Although here the fog is actually helping out. The fog is making it that's why they're not shooting me as much. Good damn.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I kind of like this gameplay. Yeah, we'll keep this one just for this. Would Aces be the better version of this, though? I mean, in this it would be. Like, kind of like it with the handbasket, especially. Yeah. But yeah, for instance, this is the moments, right, where it just kind of sucks. Although the thing I should have is a Nemesis secondary. Exactly for this.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Is that a dragon? This guy runs up here. He sees another heavy corpse lying here already. I wonder what he's thinking. Madam,
Critical.
could you stop that?
Hostile convoy detected.
Yeah, damn it. Second time she hit me. And yeah, let me catch up here. Oh, that's a convoy. Thing with this is as well, it feels a lot less bad to hit helmets and stuff. But also I can just body shot a red, for instance, a red rusher, or even a purple rusher, most likely. Just charging up my... Can I have a body shot? No. Oh, we can with two.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And this thing with the hand basket is pretty good. I like it. Yeah.
Detecting additional
Should be over
hostile
there.
contacts.
Yeah, one thing you can still do with focus is kind of run around like that. The body shot, of course, yeah, aces. Eats a little bit of aces. But that's fine. That should turn off damage. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Do the size of PG in the past. It's a journey. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of, that's also why, yeah, like, it's important to differentiate, yeah, how the stats work. Because saying it's multiplicative gives the wrong. For especially people coming from other games. Because yeah, within Division, yeah, it's always been kind of loose. Also, we have the term AMP in here, which is basically a single source pool, basically. It's a talent pool, so there's nothing to give another number into it. When they make it where you could see the sample in matchmaking? Oh, the name or something? Or did they add something here? I have never match-made Descent, actually. I've tried. Oh, hey. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Hey, good catch. I'll remove the chat for a second. Gluttony rotates in 3 hours, 43 minutes. Yeah, this wasn't here. Over there. Yeah. Hey, that's nice. That's actually a very nice addition. Because, yeah, we can see the rotation right there. We don't have to actually go to there to check. Oh, they can shoot the ammo. Yeah. I would think, yeah, I never used that matchmaking function, but this definitely this season. It would have made the rounds if it wasn't this season, and more likely even this patch. Intelligence and backfire. I'm wanting to sell that as meta. Just doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not. Those instances like to use. Wait for your testing. Oh, with the backfire, with the self bleed of the backfire, that's just not gonna work out. I feel. I don't feel it's really gonna work anywhere except Eclipse NFI or Eclipse and OD. So I defined my head from earlier. Backfire would just. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying it out, but you're not I mean, you're bleeding long enough, but you're doing so after the first reload. That's not a, or you would have to trigger a reload to make yourself bleed. But also, yeah, like it's still 24 weapon damage. Like it's not going to beat the Coyote with 24 weapon damage and 2 missing stats. Because the way to also look at it is versus a Coyote. A Coyote has also, you know, this crit chance, this crit damage. What you could see this as is at least 7 or, well, let's say 8 or 9 weapon damage, at least being like equivalent to, or well, 9 or 10 weapon damage being equivalent to the 12 crit damage here. The same 9 or 10 weapon damage being equivalent to the crit chance here. And that mask, of course, here has a blue and a yellow. So that is that. And then you get basically 4 weapon damage versus Coyote's talent. Especially on a weapon that already is like pretty crit reliant. Other thing is though that, yeah, with the Coyote, with backfire, you would be mostly this 25 crit damage, but that 25 crit damage is still going to kick the ass of the catalyst. Whatever remains there from the catalyst. If it was maybe a full red, I could see it more, but Thing is though that, yeah, people will try to, you know, it's the new things, so just put the new things together and like the meta things of the season and just, you know, sell that. But that's always been the case. Doesn't see. They also made it where you can see the exact dates that events will happen in the events timeline. That was just, yeah, that was from this this patch. Although I kind of liked it better because, yeah, I don't, I mean, I look at dates a little bit, but you know, for me it's very easy to go like, okay, 6 days from now instead of, you know, June 20 this 27th or something. Although, well, we always have a calendar nearby anyway with Windows. Then doesn't need stacks. Say that exactly as well. Yeah, let me catch up here. You know, is 2 plus 2 is 5. Yep. Or even why 1 plus 1 or 1 times 1 is 2. What was the thing with that one actor guy? That's gone like super insane. Who's starting his, you know, super villain arc. Who's trying to like sell the spiral thing and stuff. Or like the circle thing. The overlapping circles. Who also had a, what was it actually? Was it 1 times 1 is 2 or 2 times 2 is 1? Or something like that. That was like his big start of his like, yeah, I kind of caught a video on it. Don't remember the guy there actually. Why am I at Aces today? Something new for it? No, but this is just reworking a build on the collection. Oh, yes, I'm just filling up my water bottle with a different water bottle because it's kind of warm and yeah, I'm sweating and I need to hydrate. But this I had as a rifles build and I didn't like it as a rifles build. So actually in the builds collection currently is this. Aces and 8s with sacrifice and gift, and then for rifles. This build just didn't work for me. I'd rather be on OD. For rifles. I would rather be on OD. I would rather be on Umbra. I would rather just have a high end. So we're kind of taking this this one back to a focus aces. Just because I kind of like this build. And now as well we have the hand basket, and actually. That build, when it got made, of course, the other one, the old focus aces I used to have, we put that one away. And I was kind of missing it, actually, so, yeah. What's that? You know. This for actual sniping. But I kind of like it with the hand basket. The hand basket also fires quickly enough. Why don't I have this thing? Where, or well, it isn't the SVD where you need to just, you know, just unload, but it fires quickly enough that you can kind of have that a little bit faster than a bolt action gameplay. Actually, how good is the blind fire? Oh yeah, actually with that focus, of course, we lose a lot of damage there.
Agent killed.
Sir, you can't aim that my way. I mean, NPCs can turn those things a lot more than we can, but like that still wasn't gonna work out for him. And one of the things is here, yeah, we have focus, but actually the TAC 50's scope is not long enough for focus. It's not the 8 times we need.
Coming from behind cover.
And I kind of like this gameplay without just having to deal with Headhunter. There's no stacking. There's no like, oh, I'm gonna lose my stack if I shoot this guy. It's just scope in and you do a lot of damage. Although here with the Nemesis, like the Nemesis, of course, is just going to do a lot of damage.
I've got no shot.
Yeah. One tapping and aimed, I'll take that.
That's it. Right? Better move on.
Kind of like it.
Before more show up.
Not been captured. Well, okay.
Supply room access unlocked.
In Catalyst, but basically just good for OD, replacing contractors. Oh yeah, Terrence Howard, indeed. that was the name. It's gone a little bad shit. Well, not even on OD. Like OD, it competes with like contractors and Coyote. It can compete a little bit. Mostly if you're also getting, not if you're just looking at it for weapon damage. Because yeah, it's actually worse than the Coyote and contractors. Contractors with LMG only. Not if you're running anything else, but usually we are running Carnage, right? Anyway. But yeah, also against Coyote, it actually loses out a little bit on the damage end. But then what you have also is the status effect end, and also actually that reload speed on kill.
Nothing to see so far.
Which does help a little bit. And is active enough of the time that it's okay-ish. So it is somewhat of a pick there, but yeah, it's going to become moot in a little bit when we have, actually, you know what, let's go for a sniping one, especially this one. It's going to become a moot point when Tinkerer comes out. Tinkerer is just going to be the best thing for OD. And yeah, it might actually be a good thing for maybe running just Eclipse. For people that run solo Eclipse. I wouldn't actually, we could actually try it out a little bit even here. I should actually, for that, we'll swap characters in a little bit. I wouldn't mind running around with a solo Eclipse like that. Just to give it a try. Because then with the Capacitor and Technician, we could actually extract a little bit more from there. I could kind of see that work. And also just on Eclipse, it isn't the worst pick. It's just Val is going to be more consistent. But it's also not horrendous, right? Ow. Sniper turret sniped me. Don't do it again. No, what are you aggroing over there? It's likely a name group.
Assistance needed.
Now let's go back to the handbasket.
Control point nearby.
Could you wiggle less, sir? Yeah, hold still. Accept your fate. But yeah, just being able to just shoot weak points and stuff like that, like just, hey, how about you don't put the turret down? Dance for me, Matthews. Captain Matthews, dance for me. Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
Vital signs critical.
And yeah, let me get you even more. And then Terrence Howard. So the HF and Bellstone, not all gear sets are available. Would you like to know why the devs did not add this entry? Wait, do you mean like why they didn't do it? I mean, likely because they forgot. That's the likely answer. Oh, you mean you're just asking, oh, why didn't Adam? Yeah, they're likely just don't remember that those are not fixed. They're going, you got to remember for the devs and stuff, like, you know, we keep track of these things and we keep ourselves informed on them. On the dev end, it's just, you know, what gets reported to them. So yeah, likely they knew of the previous seasons, those were reported to them.
Detected.
Maybe they're not even aware of the missing other ones. But yeah, as the list gets shorter and shorter, you know, the remaining things are the things we'll make them aware of. So as long as it's moving forward, eventually, hopefully, we'll reach a point where, yeah, where finally the crafting table will be full at some point. I feel basically just doing one of those, or just doing an MLK kind of thing of just like, I have a dream that one day I'll load up the crafting table and it'll be actually all of the blueprints. And on that day we shall rejoice together. We shall dance in the street, rogue and non-rogue alike will be jumping for joy. And then the rogues will go rogue and actually murder everyone, but it's fine. We still have our blueprints. You know what? This for practicing headshots is actually pretty good as well. I kind of like it. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna make this the version in there, and yeah, it's the new old version because we already had this. This was how this build was set up in the past. Although back in the day with the Dread Edict, actually, yeah, we should try the Dread Edict too. The Dread Edict is actually pretty good for this. But this still, the thing is, I wonder actually what this would do if we just had 4 hotshot pieces here.
Detected. Location.
Instead of the aces. Right? Or we could even, although, yeah, it's 30%, right, is the thing.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I guess this is 30%, right? Yeah. Like, hot chat isn't gonna give enough. Because, yeah, it's 15 marksman rifle damage versus 30. We would have more handling. The headshot would be the same. And then we have the plus 20 amp on it when it is active. But this build, the point of this whole build is I can miss. If I miss, it's not a big deal. That's the whole idea here. Where did you go?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Let's try to recycle back with blood sucker for blue. It's fun. But what's, or is that meant to be with like backfire bleeding you? But yeah, you're not triggering, like, unless there's something else triggering the catalyst. Like Coyote would just be more damage in that same thing. Or you could have a memento, for instance. This is a complication, but where does the the carbine AR fit in this meta? If you mean the carbine, the carbine 7, it's not great. One of the things with it is, especially, it's kind of outclassed by a next door neighbor, which is the honey badger. The honey badger is just the carbine 7, but better. basically, currently. But even that is kind of in the... They're the Bs. But I would say Carbine is kind of in the Cs just because, yeah, the the Honey Badger is in the Bs, and then...
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, we can just shoot weak points. And not care about stacks. Oh yeah, this, I mean, a determined hotshot is just going to be so much faster than this. And this doesn't have enough firepower to be determined on it. So... Determined builds are always going to be faster than this. But I kind of like it.
I see you. Turn him up, baby.
I was like, I'll just body shot him twice and then just miss the second.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
Oh. Getting pushed back because of my allies.
I'm reloading here.
I'll watch your back.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
All right! I got one!
That guy will kill himself. Okay, two-shotting unnamed, you know. I'll take that. Sorry, could you just... just dodging over and over. Stop rolling.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
I'm gonna run the handbasket, yeah. I feel that's actually the thing that kind of bumps this build a little bit up in comparison to the past. Oh, you guys are still considered in conflict? Did you guys bug out? Or is there actually something back there? Because in the past I would run the Dread Edict. Let's actually, yeah, let's run the Dread Edict for one. And I used to run like Paratrooper. And actually, this is the Paratrooper from it in the past with steady-handed. Because eventually, like even if you get like 20 or 30 stacks on it, back when you didn't have the plus 30 mods that we have now, you would eventually just, you know, get 20 stacks into it. And then for the next 80 shots, until you get steady-handed, you were just getting more and more steady-handed, right? And it became more and more accurate.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
But also the Dread Edict was always a good one for focus aces. Oh, you guys are actually in combat with something. What though? But also you have to always consider this as a B build. Like this is, you know, the Umbra to Striker, the Red Heartbreaker to Striker, or something like that, to the Hotshot. You know, the Headhunter Hotshot. But I kind of like its playstyle, so that's... Because, yeah, headhunting isn't my thing. But this a little bit more so. Like, I don't mind, actually. Because, yeah, you know, we can shoot a weak point and not feel bad about losing a stack. And stuff like that.
Friendly control point.
Although, yeah, the thing is with the Dread Edict, we have to actually, like, you know, if we actually are firing like that, we're doing decent damage.
Access unlocked.
With the handbasket, at least we have quite a bit of time in between shots. Kind of get it over, but also then we're kind of using it in a DPS sense. And in a DPS sense, the handbasket is really poor and really low. But it's kind of fine because it fits the build better. Because the thing is, like, just trying to do, like, you know, that and actually hit heads. Because I feel actually an SVD would be better nowadays, because how much handling does this have? 15. But on an SVD, we can have, you know, 30 accuracy, 40 stability.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Oh, actually, I can't do that while in combat. But let's swap out that steady hand.
Yeah. Come on.
You know what? Let's actually make this streamline for now. And I just don't pop my drone.
Settlement.
Okay, we finally captured this place. Do you think this would be for group play? Like with all headhunters, it's kind of harder to hit heads in group if you're not determining. But actually, I would actually pick this over some other things for in group, from other headhunters, unless you're doing determined, of course. But yeah, if you're not, because here, yeah, you can actually just, you know, kind of put shots towards the enemy, and just, you know, if you miss, that's fine. You're not losing your hotshot stacks. If you hit weak points and stuff, it's fine. You're not, you know, losing your headhunter. But I feel most of these kind of builds are mostly, in my mind, solo. They just, you know, in a group, I would much rather be just a shooter. Why is Hotshot better than Aces? So especially with Headhunter and Determined. If you haven't seen that in action, yeah, that can do like beautiful things, especially with the bolt actions and stuff. Or even the hand basket. Because there, once you have one headshot in, once you bank a shot into Headhunter, you can just keep body shotting after one after another. Which you can't do with something like this. Here we have to actually hit heads. We don't have enough firepower to put Determined there. For instance, yeah, to show what a Determined build can do, if you haven't seen before, not the hotshot, here a rifle version. But let's grab this actually for this activity. Because here, if I start on
Burn in hell.
that red back there,
Serious trauma detected.
and you can just body shot. The body shot, because of Determined, becomes a headshot. As long as we're headshotting, the Headhunter stacks stay there, and you know, we do a lot of damage. This is what a Headhunter can do. And that's why that Aces one will always gonna be weaker. We can just, you know, body shot for a headshot. And here an activity plus an accidental patrol. You know, under a minute. And I wasn't even going that fast. But then that compared to that Aces one, yeah, we have to actually headshot. Because yeah, we'll never have enough firepower to keep a Headhunter, or like Headhunter keeps Determined going. It isn't that Determined is actually just the only, you know, super OP thing. It's the combination of the two. The two of them kind of, you know, Determined keeps Headhunter up, Headhunter keeps Determined up. Yeah, and with a marksman rifle, yeah, it can easily go into the even much more than 30. But then this one, like the focus, the Aces here would be much more just putting out continuous shot. Is a little bit different playstyle. Which I actually kind of like, honestly. I always liked this build. In the past, actually, yeah, the hand basket makes it a lot better, I feel. In the past, I would run it quite a bit with like Nemesis. And yeah, Nemesis could always drop elites, even in the past. With just with just a one shot. Let's actually, yeah, let's use that SVD for this. Let's see if we can actually put out. I want to be a little closer. Also, yeah, it's streamlined, so yeah, no skills. Also, let's not lose my hive. I'm a charging my laser. Also, yeah, actually. Yeah, so it's kind of a different gameplay. Although, yeah, we can just generally aim towards the head and just hope for the best. With stability, would more stability help? Its accuracy seems fine. Although, well, accuracy is also with a mod now, so... Is it still fine if we remove that mod? I know we can release for a second. That's what I'm doing there. I'm just releasing for a second in between. Just to get awareness, you know, just to see where everybody is. But there, for instance, it was too long and I lost that.
Vital signs critical.
But I'm gonna release like that.
Civilians in danger.
Oh, hi.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You know what? Let's actually try different mod configurations.
Serious trauma detected.
Flashbang's pretty big radius.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah. Especially with the handbasket, we're having a lot better uptime on the...
Please let him be alive.
on aces as well, because we're kind of going for heads, so we're hitting a head here and there. Here, we're not hitting heads that often. Well, it's still 5 million on a headshot there. You know, even if we're not firing at full blast. It's not too bad. Wait, how does this feel if I go double stability? Although it's still gonna have side-to-side jump, right? What the heck? I was just shooting just to check. What's the aggro? Likely a returning patrol or something, but... Oh, wait, what?
Move up on that flank.
Who are you? Go away. Yeah, let's check from here for a second. So...
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, let's try this with double stab. Because also, yeah, we have some weapon handling here. That's enough for the accuracy side of things. Let's go sit up here and see if we can spam fire out. And yeah, let me catch you up here. And streamline plus determine will probably be a thing. Oh yeah, although I would see it more likely just putting preservation or something. But especially with this as well. So for instance, here I have streamline, but I would love to have this drone. Like that drone makes it so much easier to target enemies and stuff. Maybe thermal will make a return. I mean, thermal never went away. It's still there. Also, let me get you. Oh, you meant just as in Headhunter Aces? So Aces just doesn't give enough buffs. Hotshot, just purely on this. Like, you have 15% more marksman on it. You also have handling on Hotshot. Does this character have a Hotshot piece? No, they don't. But yeah, you have also handling. You have 30 marksman. You have handling there. And then also that bonus, or the bonuses of Hotshot, are also more so, for instance, the reload and stuff. Here, this 30%, especially if you are just, you know, on your first few shots, you don't have that bonus. At least with Hotshot, on the second shot, you already have kind of that bonus. So if you do like a patrol before you reach a control point, you can have the bonus up already. Here as well, but yeah, that Hotshot bonuses with like the rest of it is kind of worthwhile. But already, like that 20% with the 30 weapon damage is actually more than this, you know, 15% plus that, and then also the handling. And then also the reload, and then other things as well. You know, the bonus armor and healing of it as well. Yeah. When I just swap Hotshot out for Aces, that's a larger amp. Yeah, it's just, the amp is larger, but it's less consistent. Is kind of the thing with it, because even when you trigger it, you might get it just on 4 out of 5 shots. When you get, you know, when you get Aces and 8s, when you get Aces and 8s, you get 2 shots out of it. That means that even if you headshot with it, which flips an additional card, you only do 4 shots, you do 2 shots with the bonus. You still need a 3rd shot that is unbonused to kind of then flip again, because you need to have, after 5 cards are flipped, you get a damage bonus. So it's kind of that stuff as well. It's just less consistent, and also, yeah, less hard hitting on especially that first shot, just from standstill. And then also, yeah, the reload, and also healing on top of everything and such, which this doesn't have at all. Let's call them in.
En route.
That's also why, for me, Aces leans much more towards focus, where you're firing rounds out more often, so you're cycling. It's not important if you have the bonus, if you don't have the bonus one time. It's much more, you know, it's much more about spam firing it out, and then you can kind of average it out. That's for a lot of places as well. If something can be more consistent and around the same damage, that already makes a difference.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Immediate medical assistance needed. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Getting some random headshots in there. One thing is, though, we don't need to actually be spam firing only with this, because we can still just, you know, fire when ready, basically. Like that.
Serious trauma detected.
It's kind of awkward shooting down.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Well, you know, for some spam fire stuff, that's also not too bad, actually. But nah, I liked it better with the handbasket. Kind of like this combo, handbasket and nemesis.
Supply room access unlocked.
Look at our leads.
The whole settlement is behind you, Agent.
I signed up to babysit supplies.
Detected.
Yeah, does this guy have a white
Guarded
death?
by hostiles.
No. We could go grab one. That's where we go grab one. I'm curious actually how hard this hits with a white death. And yeah, let me catch up for a second. Yeah. The office is bugged for me and I can change talent on anyone that drops for me. That's an odd issue. I mean, you have talents for it. Like you have already talents added into the library, I'm guessing, because yeah, it would be weird if it worked for one person differently than for the rest. Let me catch one. Except then it's sure it's a free talent one. It's the one from the loot goblin. But yeah, have you recalibrated anything else on it? Because yeah, if you recalibrate, for instance, the damage to targets out of cover or something on it, or the pistol damage, you can only recalibrate one thing on it. So, for instance, in this case, I have it with the talent there. Okay, that is. Could you put? Yeah, if you're kind of willing for troubleshooting things, because yeah, seeing it is gonna make it maybe pop some, you know, pop something into our heads. If you on the Discord, if you can put a screenshot of how it looks for you, like just a screenshot from that. Maybe put it in the help desk category. But yeah, that will be an odd one if for some reason that is broken.
Greetings.
Or that is breaking for people. Yeah, we got a 6 crit chance mod. We'll hang on to those. I do actually need a few of those extra. In a weird way. That's also just because of how I deal with my mods. My weapon mods. Yeah, let's take a white death. You know what? We captured 2 out of the 3. Let's capture the third one too. The guy in Thinker's that would be nice for heroic, but it's gonna be good times for 1886. Oh yeah. Although likely even like the 3 breaking points. 1886, like this. This could actually work, you know, you would just give this up for Tinkerer and then have determined 1886 plus something there, streamline or ranger or preservation.
Hostile control point identified.
Or rifleman, actually, yeah, rifleman.
Maybe you can let him know how much you appreciate everything he's done for us.
Actually, yeah, rifleman would trigger every time from the determined. That's actually a pretty good, yeah. Didn't even think of that. That's a cool thing with Tinkerer. There's a bunch of things like that where it's just like, I didn't even think of that. We're heading for 10 mil without aces. As long as we have vigilance out, which we didn't there. Oh, actually, yeah, this is determined, right? Oh, actually, this even work. That's funny. And yeah, for instance, there we didn't have aces up. Because this one's determined, of course. So this kind of even works. As long as we have focus fully stacked and vigilance up. At least up to elites solo. That's also the thing with headhunting. It's mostly just the names that really require that like 20 million hit. And anything over that is kind of, well, if we get LMG guy, that's a little bit more, but that's also grade 25. With the harvest, when it was added, you get one today and see any special stats on it. Well, it has a special stat, and that is that it has, how much is it now? 10% more than the 686? Yeah, we have it. We have burst and sustain tables. They changed it once. It used to be like 25%, but yeah, then the 686, which is already the highest base damage pistol nowadays. So it is basically the top pick for headhunting. So yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's 10% more than the 586/686 on the base. And also, yeah, it has a worse rate of fire. Like it has minus 10% rate of fire. That's kind of the deal with the harvest. But yeah, it's you know, it's 26k, 23k extra base damage on a 233 to a 256. And especially nowadays as well, yeah, you don't want to be using the D50s and stuff anymore. They're really bad in comparison. And then yeah, you can free talent it, so yeah, it can become a determined pistol. It's pretty good. So I just arrived, but how many times have people called you? I can't a lot. Autocorrect, even sometimes people, you know, they're just putting something in chat and just as autocorrect. One of the funny things is as well, because yeah, I don't input like separate closed captions that you can have like on YouTube. If you ever have those open, it's just the automatic regenerated or automatically generated ones. And yeah, in there, it is it is the furniture store. Hi, I'm IKEA. Basically, is what it thinks I'm saying. But yeah, that's what I get for choosing this name. But yeah, I chose it a long time ago, and it's been around for so long that I'm not about to change it. And go, I was rude. Oh no, don't worry. Looking to shares down bills and looking for incursion teammates. Good luck. Yeah, and yeah, thanks for the kind words, and yeah, good luck indeed on finding some people to do some incursions with. I haven't actually done an incursion in forever. I should do some again. 8-6. Yeah, when we don't have vigilance up, this doesn't do enough. Although here, of course, yeah, we don't have headhunter. I think it's normally headhunter would carry it, but yeah, we have focus instead. I'm also not triggering focus well, just because we can't stay out as long. But the nice thing, yeah, on the other hand, is we don't care if we like lose our stacks. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to the hand basket now.
Shit! Super close!
Also, yeah, with the hand basket, I can put out
That fucking drove!
I can put that thing out.
I need to fuck you and your friends.
Why am I friend?
Assistance needed.
Oh, there's extra.
Agent down.
There's an extra patrol there.
Damn minute, hey!
Oh, it's a resource convoy. Where's you guys' Risher?
Seriously, keep your fucking head down! I'll get him on a cover!
I mean, I kind of like this playstyle of this thing, like this.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Fire in the hole!
Kind of feels like Deadeye actually in Division 1.
Come on now!
It's about having like a little bit of accuracy, but not like it isn't just, you know, like Hunter's Fate, where you're really trying to just hit people. Let's actually call the reinforcements in because I'm likely to die here. But that's just from that convoy and also just not paying much attention here.
Agent deceased.
I was spoken out too much, but that's what we call them. Okay, I'll have a look in them in a second. Probably very good. Yeah. Does the Dark Zone XP event also give 3 times SHD level XP? No, because Dark Zone XP and SHD XP are separate. They're always, you know, they're different bars. I haven't per se tried out the Dark Zone XP, but I feel if it was giving triple SHD XP on top of it as well, or because of that it was giving triple SHD XP, we would have heard by now.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Taking out the trash.
Why do you think so? But I don't think so. But yeah, last time it didn't as well. Last time I did play a little bit of DZ, but I'm generally not a DZ player, but I'm pretty confident in saying it's likely not, because otherwise it would have been plastered everywhere. What it does get you though is a ton of DZ caches, especially if you're max level already. You're leveling, you know, you're getting those like the DZ caches, which are basically proficiency caches. And they work in the same way. You know, reach the threshold of another level of DZ, you go up 1, and then, or well, you know, instead of going up 1, because once you're 50, you're 50.
Heavily armored.
It just gives you proficiency caches, which, or well, the DZ caches. Which are pretty good.
That was a hit. Need to load.
The track was good, but there was a wall in between, so. Fire shots was maybe not the best idea. Also, yeah, they're so wiggly. That was on target, apparently. They're taking forever here. The catalyst around something with iron lung, maybe. Thanks. You can use catalyst in a few builds like OD and stuff, but yeah, they're not the best versions of the builds. Catalyst overall doesn't compete well enough with Coyote. Just like in a lot of those builds, Coyote would just be better. So that's what, you know, most people will go with. But you can just stick a catalyst into an OD if you just want to proficiency it, for instance, or just want to run it. OD is not a bad place for it. Just a red OD picks up your crit chance a little bit to be a little bit higher. If you are swapping from a Coyote, if you had it with the contractors, that would be the exact same numbers anyway. So that is just, you know, that one's the same. And just don't have the OD backpack, and then yeah, the catalyst. The backpack is then just a high-end piece with either vigilance or wicket, and then the chest with the OD chest, and then the catalyst if you want to have the catalyst. That's likely the best build for the catalyst for the time being, but it's not the best OD. But it's a competitive OD. It's not that far behind the. Like, it is a little bit behind the the peyote. But you're also getting a little bit of that status effect, and you're getting a little bit of that reload speed on kill.
Get to me.
But also, yeah, if you're running a Carnage, Contractors is already ahead of the Coyote anyway, as well. I was near in the sun because I got a bulwark and was 1-2 shooting everything, but buses died before looked into it. Oh, it's yeah.
I need to move to
Oh yeah, you can go pistols and stuff in there as well. Some people actually like that with the bulwark. Because the pistols hit pretty hard. Like, pistols can be competitive. That's also the basis of the high-end, you know, the high-end tech tank, the high-end pistol tech tank.
From over there.
I'm gonna use that.
Let's see if we can get, yeah. A blind fire hit there.
Is that?
Okay, yeah, let's add this thing as is like this to the collection. We'll swap it out for the
Supply room access.
other one. And then yeah, with the handbasket and the nemesis as the weapons. But actually I need to buy a brick before I do that. That's that. Let's clean up here and then go get this character cleaned up and then add that to the build collection, and then my plan is actually afterwards going and doing a set of hunters in Brooklyn with just one of the other characters. Just I've done it even more times. And seeing if I remember anything as we did, like the last time was like 2 weeks ago. Not that I'm going to remember like all of the steps. We're definitely loading up guides for it, but... And also, yeah, if anybody wants to join for that, I'd be open to that. Because, yeah, if we're doing it solo, if we're doing it in 4-man, you know, it doesn't matter too much. Although, yeah, what we are going to do then, though, is not split up and go for separate parts, which you could do, which you can do. But just to show every step along the way, we're just going to go to every step altogether, even if you are multiple of us. Yeah, let me actually look at the screenshots. So what's happening here? Oh yeah, well, that's odd. Because indeed, in the screenshots, it shows slot cannot be recalibrated. No other thing is recalibrated. It's not even showing resources. I'm not familiar if there's maybe a bug there if it doesn't show if you don't have the resources or something. If you are too low on resources, that just shows that error. But yeah, make sure of that. Well, I think Tony already asked that, right? Add to library. Yeah, it doesn't look to be like normally, because it looks to be the screen, yeah, where it would normally just show the other talents. Try just getting one and seeing if another one, or have you already tried getting multiple ones, and also see if it's like if you have any other weapons that it's not letting you. I'm trying to think of like, does it lock you out at any point or for any reason otherwise? But...
Come over here, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
No, it just says low 40, it should say. Well, no, for recalibration, it shouldn't matter what proficiency it is. Like, that's just for expertise, and expertise wouldn't be that menu. Yeah, that just does look out. I've I have no clear answer for you because I haven't run into the same situation here either. Because yeah, for instance, in my case, it does let me. So why it isn't letting you? Ah. But yeah, see if trying getting another one, maybe. But yeah, that would be weird if one does it and one doesn't. If things were at my strategy. Okay, yeah. But first, yeah, let's add this thing into the build collection. I'm gonna start in like let's say 15 minutes or something likely like that. Oh yeah, let me first have a bio break. Because I drank a lot of stuff. It needs to also come out of me. So, so the issue is let's go on. No sure. No, yeah. See as well if maybe on Reddit or something, other people are having similar issues that they can fix in similar ways. But yeah, anything like checking in like the files and stuff wouldn't matter for that, or uninstalling, reinstalling, that kind of stuff. That shouldn't affect any of that kind of stuff. That's basically server calls, and that should work the same for everybody. But yeah, in a very obvious sense, it isn't. So, but yeah, I have no great answer for you. You could try asking as well, because that's just a bigger community, and other people might have ran into it there in the official Discord. If you are there, if you have just put it, ask in the ask community tab. Just because, yeah, there's more people there that might have already run into it and maybe have a solution or something, but I can't even think of things to try except for getting another one and seeing if that one rerolls, or if other items also don't want to reroll in some form. Like if you get an O'Carroll or if you get a handbasket, do those have the same issue? Yeah, I remember something about it not showing it correctly if you were missing resources. But I'm gonna guess they have tried that. But yeah, just do check that you actually have the resources. Because I do remember originally it would do that. If you didn't have one of the resources for it, it would just go nope, you can't recalibrate or you can't optimize. But yeah, let me take a short bio break. I'll be right back. Yeah, there we go. That was needed. And yeah, let's change that build picture. This was one of the last ones as well that we're definitely changing. Because I also have This one's still open, which is one of the DZ builds, but I haven't decided yet what we want to do with this. I think I'm going to change it into a PvP build, but that's just going to be upping its crit chance a little bit. But yeah, let's actually swap out this aces and eights from a rifle to rifle glass VG. I'll actually, let's do it like this. I'm going to make a copy of it first and save the copy. And then this build picture is going to become it's going to go all the way at the end here. So this is going to become X26. We'll save it for just if we want to maybe have it in the future for some reason. And this is then old that one 2.01. So we have the glass vigilance crit chance crit damage based one there, and then let's change this one into what do I have open here? Hey, that dude actually, wait, did that dude at some point actually you know, the guy earlier that was very adamant that they had a better backfire build. They never posted, did they? I'm just checking all the channels. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, yes. I mean, yes. Of course they didn't. That's my guess. Yeah. Didn't have any talent from a position. Okay, but that was actually a question that I think. Well, that was the first question I asked of you. Of like, do you have any talents for it? I think as well somebody else did as well, but I got missed likely in the in the rest of things. But well, we'll all just be happy that it's fixed there, and yeah, no worries. At least you figured it out now. So, advice on acquiring the backfire SMG. It's just in targeted loot. That one is just confirmed in targeted loot. So, targeted loot SMG in Countdown, in any other place. Countdown is likely the best, and then also you can buy some exotic caches. It can also come from exotic caches. You could also do some priority objectives. It can come from there, but yeah, targeted will make it, you know, it's smaller of a pool. Like just full random exotics. You might get it as well from that, but yeah, just targeted loot SMGs wherever that can be done. And yeah, Countdown, one of the best places. Just it drops a lot. You're the unluckiest player in the world at the moment. Well, the unluckiest player so far. Yeah. Sometimes it goes like that. But yeah, just keep at it, and yeah, eventually, you'll get one. And hey there, Giant Dutch Viking. I like the name. And indeed, the mythical better backfire build. Yeah. I think eventually he realized, like, oh, it's just the chest striker version of that, which I do have on the build picture, but I don't consider better. Because yeah, the chest striker version, we need to reach 200 stacks. That's asking a lot. At least when it's 100 stacks, it's 100 stacks for striker, 100 stacks for backfire. That kind of aligns. Because yeah, I was talking about doing 8.1 million on crit hits at max stacks, and yeah, that's kind of what the chest striker was doing. Or maybe, of course, they didn't want us to know, so they kidnapped him before, right before, you know, he posted it. People, SWAT teams came through the windows and, you know, abducted him just so he could not share the secrets of the better backfire build. A weapon to surpass backfire. Colonel, what is a backfire doing in Alaska? Oh yeah, we're going batshit insane. That's good. Always fun. Yeah, let's actually change these builds. So that goes. This goes. Disco Inferno. That goes. That goes. That stays. This stays. All of these go. We'll just do all of the stats anew because we could keep the weapon damages, but I'd rather just resize everything at once. No sacrifice plus gift. These ones will keep but will change. This won't be an artist tool anymore. Those can go aces and vigilance. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, so we'll keep that. Dread Edict Nemesis. So all we're keeping is basically these. That is the parts that will remain. Now, let's start filling it back up. Actually, let's change this already to so this is 1x ac 1x. Yeah, do I have it on the other sniping builds and stuff? How do we have it on here? One stab. So when we have it with that, that's just like this. So do we put the scope? No. Oh no, actually, just the scope. One accuracy, one stability, plus 5 mag. Second, there's going to be Nemesis there. So that won't have. Yeah. You know what? Let's take a graded handbasket actually, and a graded Nemesis, just to look cool. So, oh no, so stability here and accuracy. Yeah, and then Nemesis also grade 25, just for being one of the cool kids. Yeah. Let's already take some of these. Handbasket. Nemesis. Pristine example. The gift. There we go. The guy card already had. Yeah. So let's put handbasket and 25 here. In a second. I'm gonna guess I didn't actually have grading on the other weapon, on the artist tool. That was here. So actually this number is also then 125 instead. Okay. Let's get the main stats while we're at it. Actually, you know what? Let's take the weapon talents first while we're at it. And then weapon stats. Accuracy stability is actually different than what we have there because we have different weapon mods. Let's get the cure talents. The brands. Okay. Yeah. Let's already take a shot from, because I have that, and then just SVD. Maybe. Paratrooper SVD as an extra. Yes, let's do a refresh. Also, let me check chat here for a sec. Oh, 20 times and then get the detag once. Yeah, sometimes that also will happen. Yeah. Wish me luck, Jersey. Yeah, good luck at there, and yeah, just keep at it. You'll get it eventually. With a lot of things, yeah, sometimes it can take a while, but the strikers still work for beginners when your second chance go down due to low SHT level, not maxed out gear mods, not maxed out attribute rolls. Overall, yeah, striker works better even in those situations because the talent on strikers is the big boy. So actually, the less you have of the rest of the stats, a high end would suffer more from that than, for instance, striker, just because the talent component of it is so much bigger. So that's making up for it. So actually, that's why it is the recommended build for like newer players coming in. Both because it's easy to put together, because if you just go farm for it, it's just also red pieces and stuff. And, you know, pretty soon you'll have a decent enough set together. But then also the heavy carrying in there is that talent. And that makes up for so much. Because you're going to always lose a little bit of damage when you're starting out, you know, without the watch points and stuff. But overall, relatively, with Striker, the talents being such a big component actually makes it one of the better picks, because you can always just have that 4-piece talent pretty quick. Where, yeah, for instance, if you're going with a high end, that relies much more on its stats to kind of do some of the heavy lifting. That's why, for instance, as well, when I started my third account, the very first build I kind of went for was a striker, just to get that together, and just that by itself, even without watch points, although, of course, yeah, with kind of the game knowledge that I have and stuff, you know, it is not on a new player, it is on an experienced player. Not that I'm like that good or something, but just to, you know, clarify that, because that does matter. I could just jump onto heroic right away. I would add, yeah, would add too much issues. And when I started as well, I was doing it solo and stuff. I wasn't, I was trying to do it, with the third account. All this is also kind of now like, how many seasons ago? Like, it's like a year and a half ago. I would have to go look actually when we did the videos on with like the third account. But I did a bunch of videos with it as well, kind of chronicling a little bit of my experience with a fresh new account. And I might actually at some point in the future, if, for instance, next season likely, maybe even, if, especially in the summer, I'll likely have a little bit more of time, especially towards August and such. And I was considering maybe doing a fourth account, but also not keeping it per se, because for instance nowadays as well, third account I've kind of parked. 3 accounts is too much to deal with here and there. But I won't mind doing a fresh start, basically. Just I was even considering maybe getting some of the consoles for it, but actually, price-wise, that just doesn't make sense for me. Also, I'm kind of too used to mouse and keyboard play, so there's that too. I got my St. Elmo's and Strega. Yeah, Countdown is one of the better places to farm, especially because you can just set your target. And you're always, you're going to matchmake and always get a team and such. Because open world farming and such with 4-man can be worthwhile, especially if you, are in that zone and maybe even some people aren't looking for those exotics. You can just, they can trade them over. Because in Countdown, everybody's running their own targeted, right? So you can't have the same. But sometimes it is worthwhile, for instance, to go to some of the missions and then just go like at the start of it or just matchmake for it and then just go, once all 4 players are there of like, hey, it's SMG targeted here. Hey, if somebody gets a backfire, can I have it? And sometimes it does happen. And people are more than willing to share like one exotic component. Nobody is gonna like deny that to someone. And then even what you could do is like save your SHD requisition one and then just trade them one back, even if you like really wanted to really min-max that kind of. There's a 6% chance of crit damage. I mean, yes. The blue cores, of course, doesn't affect. Oh, well, I'm guessing you mean blue cores. Doesn't affect the crit chance, crit damage too much. It's more the minors, the attributes. Let's resize these and then get the damage numbers and then it's done. That looks about right. Line these up a little better. And let's get this damage numbers, and then this is good. And it is with focus and vigilance up, and then we just take a shot. Oh, actually, we have a ranger as well here. Let's put it at 20. I'm just gonna take that. I don't think I've done this ever before like this, like just having a range there. But yeah, for ranger we need to. Oh, actually, god damn it. The other one was of course ranger. This one is with determined. Let's change it to ranger for a second and fix up the parts where it's showing determined there. Indeed. My backfire build brings all the boys to the yards. And then it makes me bleed. I could teach you, but yeah, you can just fire the gun and reload. And teammates to play incursions, and I'm gonna play with randoms. Please pray for me. Well, we'll send some thoughts and prayers. And yeah, sometimes even with randoms, you do get lucky. One thing you could do as well is go to some of the Discords, if you're familiar with how to use Discord. There's a bunch of places where they have LFGs looking for group channels. And you might be able to find somebody there for incursion. And then there's also like places like GC Rocks Discord, where yeah, they have, for instance, teams that kind of help people run incursions and also like raids and stuff like that. So then they have like a team of 3, and then they'll take you through together with them with like 3 of their teammates, and then they just basically carry you through, Sherpa you through. How do you find these servers? If you're familiar a little bit with Discord, if you know the Discover thing, you can go into Discover and then search. If you just search for Division, you'll find a bunch of these. So the official server is there, the Reddit Discord, the unofficial server is there. Both of those have like LFGs. And then also you'll see, for instance, yeah, GC Rocks and DJ Tickles servers. If you're on console, sometimes, for instance, as well, there's people like Little Huge that streams, and then also he's on PlayStation, but also does like incursions and raid helps and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's on that Discover thing, and then yeah, you can find a bunch of open division ones. There's a lot of them. Some of them aren't per se great, but yeah, especially the official one and the unofficial one, are kind of good just for LFGing, for looking for groups. And then yeah, there's like dedicated places that help out. Places. Isn't this game crossplay? No, there is no cross save or crossplay with Division. It comes from a different time. It's kind of too old for that. That didn't start to become popular until like a year or 2 after Division 2 came out. Division 3 likely will be. And yeah, they're not planning on ever adding that to Div 2. It would be kind of too dangerous to add it in now, because they would have to rework a ton of things, and that could break more than it fixes. So they've said that they are not going to attempt to. Which yeah, kind of sucks, but yeah, we'll just have to deal with it. Looks for with the slower rifles. I thought it would be best with the artist tool with the perfect rifleman. Oh no, this isn't my first Aces build. I've always had Aces in the collection. In the past, it used to actually be this Focus Aces, but then with the SVD. When Aces became a rifle gear set, I changed it to be a glass vigilance on crit chances with artist tool. So yeah, that part we agree on. And now we're changing it back, because it actually doesn't make too much sense as a rifle. But with actually, I kind of like it with the handbasket. The handbasket makes it kind of usable. Yeah. But I basically always had Aces around, but usually as a focus build. Before the changes. The price of that Pagan skin is diabolical. Some of the stuff is pretty expensive skin-wise, and that's always been the case. But yeah, we've had worse things than like that. Like the White Hunter we had recently for $30. That was like double the DLC. that one was even, yeah. Even though I bought it. Who's the bigger fool? The fool, the fool that puts out that kind of DLC or puts out that kind of cosmetics for that price, or the fool that buys it? I think it's the fool that buys it is the bigger fool. Which, hi, I'm IKEA. Thank you all for subscribing and such. Yeah. How can the people instead of IKEA? Well, it's usually the autocorrect in chat. You know, or you know, when people are typing on their phones, it's just autocorrects to that, of course. So. But yeah, that's not uncommon indeed. But in their case, it was in jest. As earlier on, they were asking basically the exact same question. Articles, Discord are good places to find people. Yeah, agreed. Oh, where's I here? Oh, so I don't have to LFG. I mean, you can always see about finding an active clan. There's plenty of active clans around, and that's that. You know, if you don't have friends, you just go and make friends. And you don't even need to be friends. Just, you know, with a lot of clans, it's just you join in and you just go, hey, who's doing what? Anybody need some help? Or they might even have, like, you know, teams running, doing stuff, and you just go, hey, can I join? And if there's a spot, you know, you'll join, and then you play around with them. And also, yeah, if it doesn't work out, you can always leave. That's also a thing, because sometimes, you know, it doesn't click. You know, there might be some differences of opinions and stuff, and yeah, just try again. And quite often you'll find that, yeah, a lot of clans are actually very, like, people have sometimes the idea of, like, I don't want to join clans or something, like, you know, they're like, they have a whole ideas of like, oh, you have to do things or something. But yeah, no, most clans are just a loose selection of people. Sometimes some people are even just in clans and, like, never interact with their clanmates. And some of the more active clans usually try to have at least, you know, they're using the voice channels there and stuff. So if you see 3 people in a voice channel, you can, you know, jump in there and go like, hey, what are you guys doing? And then join up with them. And they might even have, like, you know, countdown evenings or raid evenings and stuff like that. So I was recently just upgraded for 60 for the new gen consoles. Yeah. Although, well, the 60 FPS patch, I remember it was like, now is a time ago, right? But yeah, this is a game out of 2019. That's when this game came out. For a lot of things, it is from a different age. And yeah, it doesn't have, like, the engineering team behind it that, for instance, Destiny has. And then Destiny did get cross-play. But yeah, they have a much bigger team available to them to make those kind of things, and just, you know, put the resources into it and the testing to make sure that, you know, nothing gets lost, nothing breaks. Because yeah, playing around with the database basically and trying to merge databases together is one of the most yeah, I can understand their trepidation, and I was like let's just not. I found myself looking quite like a cleaner. Indeed. Going the full cleaner rat. Well, grab the flamethrower, grab the firewall, and let's get going. Because every day, but Sundays on PC. Yeah. For instance, as well, indeed, somebody to help do some carry runs. Group of solo players. I mean, that kind of depends. Some clans are, you know, there is some friends groups, and then you can just, you know, attach yourself to them. That's usually how I actually feel about clans more so. Although, yeah, keep in mind there's a difference between just if you just join a clan, an open clan or something through the game. Because yeah, that is just that. You know, there's people in a clan thing, they're just in there to get the access to the clan vendor and get the clan caches weekly and stuff. But then you also have active clans, and especially if you find one, for instance, yeah, through the active Discord that has a channel for clan recruitment. You know, clans like DFA, I feel, are pretty active, and they have, like, a lot of clans. Clans like DPS from DJ Tickle, clans like the Second Wave from GC Rock. All of those are, for instance, big clans, and there's a lot of activity in there. So you can find people that are, you know, just kind of in the same mindset, like, hey, there's people around, let's go do things together and then just be together and then, you know, just, you know, let's be friends kind of thing. But yeah, it depends on how you're kind of joining the clan. I would definitely say like active clans that are recruiting actively and stuff are much more inclined to have that, where even they might have you know, like on Fridays they might set up an event for like doing legendaries together and people can sign up and stuff like that. Or raids and stuff like that where people can sign up. And hey there, dearly departed. Yeah, let's do damage numbers because we've been on this for like a little bit actually here. So at 20 meters, focus up, and the headshots. Oh, we need aces up as well, so it's already. Also, actually, let's make this named. Yeah. But then let's actually get aces up. Okay. Oh yeah, focus is up. Actually, I needed to not be the kill shot, of course. Let's see if we can get a crit. Oh, actually, I would want to have the non-aces numbers as well. Let's do that. Actually, I should just miss. I should. Oh wait. Thought you lost ace stacks when you missed. Just misremembering. Get it. No, it's only when it. Oh yeah, it's only when it eats it. Huh. Just. It's how little I run aces. Didn't even remember that. That does actually. It's curious there for a second. Actually hitting the window skeef, that would lose it. So yeah, without aces. No, with aces. That's not readable. Yeah, that was too quick. Okay. And then let's do this differently. We'll do vigilance up here. Let's get focus fully charged as icon. It's vigilance, and then Ace is empty. And ace is full. Oh, active. So, there we go. So yeah, when we don't have aces up, 10 million. When we do have aces up, 13 million. Both of those more than enough for an elite. That's kind of nice. Even without aces up, we have enough for elite, as long as we land the headshot. But that's, of course, also kind of the struggle here. And yeah, let me catch up here. What's wrong with this? And look at that. Mismods and those in their own clique, I guess. I mean, you always have that kind of in clans as well. But a lot of places as well, they'll be open to, you know. Because you might have like 4 people that like running together and they're in a clan and they'll just run together. But, you know, you might have like a place where there's like 1 or 2 and then they're like, hey, want to be our third? and then you are. But yeah, it depends, of course. It's people dependent. Like, it's going to be really different. Your experience is always going to depend on the people that you join up with. The group was just not very good. Yeah. Sort of sufficient consoles are dead. There's still plenty of active clans. Like, yeah, if you want to be in an active clan, that's just like an afternoon of shopping for clans. Is the difference for that. There is plenty around. Yeah. I would never, like, a community, just, yeah, it's always a bad idea to just talk about a community as, like, you know, some of the experiences you've had with some people. Because a community is large. And honestly, with most communities, you don't see most of the community. Like, the actual community, like, most of them aren't actually active. In, like, you know, clans and actually talking and, like, being on Reddit or stuff like that. Like, what you see is mostly the loudmouths, right? And yeah, they can make any place feel toxic, but they're also not the majority. Generally. That's right. And they remove people who didn't log in for a week. I mean, yeah, that's one way to keep the activeness up. Although a week is pretty short. I know most clans do, like, you know, if you're not there for a month, they'll just send you a message of like, hey, are you still active or can we use your spots? Not so much even just to be, you know, like to get rid of people, but just, you know, they need the active spots quite often for recruiting others. And then if they don't get a response, they just, you know, you can always join back in after. It's a clan like that, playing almost every day. Yeah, you gotta find a clan that is kind of on your same wavelength. That's the most important part. Like finding a clan that has, you know, is either as optimistic or pessimistic as you are about the game, and, you know, is as active or inactive as you are in the game, and that will work out the best. And of course, as well, kind of working on it on your end as well, you know, being active there and going like, hey, who's doing stuff? Can I join up? If you want to be that, if you want to be, you know, finding people to play with and stuff. That's especially nice when there are clans that are big enough and stuff. For instance, DFA and stuff, I feel kind of fits that. And yeah, Tickle's clan, DPS fits that quite well as well. But there's so many people around that there's always some activity going on, and because of that, you can just jump into something. And they're pretty open on it of like, hey, we have 2 people here. We're going to go do this mission to farm for, you know, let's say Catalyst, and hey, who wants to join? And they just form up teams like that. pretty organically. Classification was you can see it in the menu. The crossplay that is in the thing, that is for PC. That was actually in the game. There was several because the what was it actually called? The Google thing. Because it was on there, and yeah, you could activate or deactivate crossplay with that. That's the only crossplay that ever was there, and that was also just crossplay, and your progression was just tied to your account, so you could just log into your account on that, on the Google Cloud Play thing, whatever it was called. Whenever to use chat damage numbers, no. I generally use these numbers because there is decimals in them, and they look a little bit better. So I like using these. I find them looking better. That's why on all of the pages or all of the build pictures is always that. The ones in the chat is just one big number, and it's kind of hard to parse if that's like 1 million this much or if it's 10 million this much. So I kind of like it like that. Just make 3 friends. All right, that can work as well, right? Like if that works for you. Oh, it's Stadia. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marseille there. Couldn't think of the name, but yeah, that got removed. That service no longer exists. That was that crossplay function that's in the options. That's just between, Stadia and PC players. I don't know, leaving kill the vibe. I mean, that's just different people. Like, yeah, if there's a raid group and you join them and like, yeah, they're not up for wiping at all or something. Yeah, you have to kind of all be aligned in the same way. And the thing is, though, that in a lot of clans, yeah, it's going to be clan leadership kind of rolling the raids, and yeah, they'll hopefully have enough leadership skills to actually, make sure that a wipe isn't like seen as the end of the run or something. Rating, learn the mechanics and whatnot. I mean, I would say, for instance, joining DFA seems pretty active, but yeah, even DPS or TSW, all of those are pretty active clans that are also actively raiding and stuff. So with the right clan, yeah, that's not that hard. You just sign up for the events, show up, and go. People were in them, just they're in it. I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, that I wouldn't say those three are per se that. They're much more, there's like the clan side of things, and then, yeah, it's kind of attached to a creator, but the clan side of things is not like, in those, most of it isn't the leader, isn't like, the de facto leader isn't actually the creator, except for instance DFA where Harley is, but yeah, she's also like a clan leader. she's a natural leader, so that works out. And DZ to get the Eagle and Ravenous. I mean, yeah, you don't need to go into the DZ for those. The raids are much easier as well, much more consistent way to get any of the raid exotics. Toxis. DZ is fine for most of it. Yeah, you have some shitheads in there, but also for a lot of times as well, you just run into people and they're just farming landmarks and stuff, and you just join them. But yeah, it is a PvP zone. You sign up for PvP by going into it. You just have to, you have to remember that. It's not the rest of the game. Going in, you basically, sign a contract that you're willing to be murdered. Also, School of Rapid Trains, Raid Good Solution, plans for more console. Oh, yeah. Those are indeed a few good choices. But there, yeah, the thing is, there is active clans. You just have to, take a little bit of time. They're not hard to find either. Go through the official Discord, go through the Reddit Discord, and just look through the recruiting, the clan recruiting channels. And yeah, if you want to be in an active clan, there is plenty of them around. Because, yeah, in that same way of like, you feeling that you just want some people to raid with and stuff, other people are so as well. And then, they've kind of set it up already. So you just join them, or even setting up your own clan and then, maybe being a leadership role there. That's also always an option. And then recruiting your own people and trying to get it set up. But that's, of course, a lot of work. But some people enjoy that. Some people like, running a clan. Try to whisper with your build. You're welcome. Thank you, but no thank you. The whisper wouldn't be useful here at all. But also, I like the unsolicited advice and then going, you're welcome. But yeah, no, Whisper, this is no longer set up to be a rifle build, really. This is going for headshots as it is set up there. Whisper would not really be a pick for it. Also, Whisper is really good on that first shot afterwards, unless you have a decoy, for instance, there. Yeah, but also if you have a decoy there, like Mantis, that would make more sense. Yeah, let's actually go and let's go to our Brooklyn. And yeah, let's go do some hunters, although it's getting a little bit late, but we'll have enough time to do the hunters. Let's actually do it on character 4 first, actually. Why am I stuck? I don't want to fast travel. Let's do it on character 4, which I think has all of the control points captured there already, making it a little easier to move around. Also, we would want everything to be captured there anyway. And yeah. You recommend the they seem. The thing is, keep in mind, I'm not in any clans, and I am so by choice. But yeah, the FA seems pretty active, and they have a lot of clans in a lot of different time zones as well. And it's at least one that I've kind of seen that I know multiple people from, and they all seem kind of content with that choice. So, but yeah, I'm not in there, so I can't go like, hey. But I'm in the Discord, and yeah, they seem nice and casual and pretty active. But also same for for the second wave, and same for DPS. Yeah, let's grab Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Yeah, let's go to Brooklyn. And if anybody is interested in doing some of the hunters, I'm going to be doing them anyway. And it wouldn't be more or less time to do it with another person involved. So, yeah, if anybody's interested.
Entering safe area.
I don't know what you're doing. The PVE builds from the PvP build. So for sex. I love the DZ. For a bit of time too. I mean, yeah, you can. There is still. I haven't looked into it in a while, but yeah, there's always been ways of making it a solo DZ around. I don't know if there's currently any good ones, but yeah, then you're turning it into a PVE kind of area. Just friends and people talking personalities. Self how many as the planless that being planless was having clan tag next to my name. That's one of the reasons I'm the same. I shouldn't show it in the game. But no, I wish you could hide also SHG level. Actually, I wouldn't mind hiding that. At least in the group and stuff, so it doesn't show up like right away. And then on inspect, it still would. Let's grab Lexington, eh? Make this flatline again. Do wonder how often I've rerolled this Lexington. Because also, yeah, I just have that one Lexington. The other one is still in here. I never took it out of here. So it's still sitting in here. Just to flex on people. And so it's cross progression between PC and Stadia, but soon made for consoles and PC too. Still concerned with the dev team. And do the same. Siege came out a little later than Division. The thing is, the dev team is much bigger there, and also keep in mind that here we like the account side of things here is much more complex than Siege. Siege, you're basically just you're a checklist. In the back end, there is just for every item that you could have, every attachment and stuff that's equipped, there's basically a checkbox that just goes like it's this. Right? And that makes it as like account wise you don't have items of your own, right? It's just items exist and you can have them. Here we have 450 items in the stash with each of their own stats. We have all of those things, and trying to merge those systems together, especially as well. Division uses, I think actually Siege from the start already used their own systems, right? For name and such. In Division and in like games like this, they just use the Xbox and PlayStation. Ah, shit. I reset it and of course made all of these red. Okay. That was so dumb. That's fine though. We'll get them along the way then. Let's get started. Is it nighttime? No, it's not nighttime. It's like way daytime. So yeah, Lumen will skip. Let's go start going for Mary. And I'm not gonna merge them or anything. I'm just gonna do one at a time. And just go down the list. And also, yeah, capture some of the control points as I go past them. So let's actually go here, grab this, and also grab that control point. We'll need it for later. Tiny jab, yeah. Solid control points if you want to use that. Oh yeah, at least if you, well, I mean, yeah, if you want to do these as well. I could join up on you. Do we have each other on the friends list? Otherwise, if you maybe send me a friends request on IKEA. Oh, do this. Because yeah, if you have it green, but then yeah, if you can set it to normal as well before we join. But then yeah, set it to normal. You don't not in this map, so that this doesn't change. Because I had them all green as well, but I accidentally hit the thing. If you don't see how it is, if you at worst case, you could always kind of go back to just being in a random clan with randoms. Way to farm bulwark instead of iron horse. The bulwark, foundry bulwark. Most people call it foundry as well, just for easiness. Foundry can just be farmed from target loot. It used to be the chest and the backpack came only from iron horse. That's a long time ago. If you're looking at any data or like anything saying that. But yeah, the foundry stuff is just targeted lootable. Like all of the pieces are in there nowadays as well, including an FI has the same as well. Everything can be farmed from target loot that way. And you can just go to Canada, set your target loot to foundry. Is the Harvest or Regulus better? Neither is better. They're different. They do different things. So when Detox paired with Determined, going to farm the Hoarder for a bit. Yes, that's generally, yeah, if you want to run Determined. That's the talent. You would want it. The best thing is to get a detox one and then a recalibrated the talent, just so you can also play around with the talent, maybe if in the future, or even with streamlined, for instance, if you want to try that out with it. And then Regulus, the thing with Regulus especially is it has that explosion, so it can clear or damage an entire wave in one hit. That, especially with Dutch City Holster, can like delete an entire wave as it spawns. And also the reticule on the Dutch, or on that one, on the Regulus, is much better. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give you, while you're setting that up, I might actually just start on this one. This one we don't need to. Oh, actually, see there we have, we have it there. But yeah, no, let's jump over there. Let me accept this friend's request. Just from there.
Hostile control point detected.
And then, yeah, if you're okay with it, I'm gonna join up on you, and yeah, let's go hunt some hunters. Saving for Division 3. Oh, do you mean for like about the the crossplay thing? Yeah, I mean, well, Division 3 will very likely be.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it
Why
was
aren't you
safer for
showing
us if
numbers?
she's not
That's all.
here.
Oh, yeah, the world is set to normal. Yeah, let's actually just go down the list, and we'll just go to every step. I'm using the maps from the what's it called? Well, actually, for this one, so this one was this is the horsey, right? Because last time we had this bug out, and what we had to do is actually go to the area of it first. Let's do that just to be safe. So we'll go over there first, actually. Because in my world, I'm definitely sure I've been over there. In your world, it looks like you have been as well. I think, well, wait, is it my fog of war or is it your? I don't actually remember how fog of war works in. Well, not the directive, but the thing on the map. Because am I seeing like your fog of war, or is this just my fog of war? Either way, let's go, and yeah, let's go there first.
Detected.
Where we end it as well. Is it actually? Wait, where is it exactly? I'm in the wrong spot, aren't I? Where's the last spot? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, no, yes.
Friendly control point nearby.
It's over there. And yeah, we have a hoarder. Let's see if we get a good item from him. Although, yeah, because we're on normal, we're just getting 2 items out of him. Oh, I might just take that. And yeah, let's go to this spot there. I'm just gonna follow Isaac. Oh, Isaac changed his mind. Yeah. Yeah. And also, yeah, if anybody else still wants to do the hunters, we'll be just going through all of them. Yeah. And we're not likely going to be the fastest with it. It's going to take a little bit, because one thing you could do is like overlap several of them and stuff, but I still haven't really like seen a good guide for that. So we're just going to do them one at a time. That way as well, if something bugs out or something, you know, we don't have multiple things overlapping, we can just fix that one and just try again. But that will mean that we'll be likely going for a little bit. Because the endpoint is here, but last time what we had is if we hadn't come here first, it didn't actually register correctly. So this time we came here first, and then let's go get the first piece, which is over there. Just gonna fast travel. Actually, the control point might have been closer actually, but that's fine. And then this is picking up all of the horsey pieces on this one. Yeah, let me actually catch one shed in the meantime as well. Because if anybody does want to join us. Strength, I just had someone tell me fuck it's okay to use depending on the attributes. You could tell them that they might want to check if they have some, brain issues. And yeah, what we have here is these collect parts, and yeah, these are the ones we're gonna be collecting. So that's one part down. And we're just going around getting these, and then we'll go back to that exact same spot we were there a second ago. This one is over here. And yeah, actually I remember we need to go through the alleyway here.
Control point in proximity.
For this one. And I'm just basically following a guide. That's how I know where these pieces are. And yeah, the second piece is here. And yeah, it's just blood around it as well. That's the easy way to spot it. And it doesn't personally matter which of us picks it up. And I'm just waiting a second so Ellitis also sees them. Just in case he wants to know for future ones. Oh, where are we here? So that's here. I know, let's just run from here. Put this in front of the chat, which is a little annoying. So, I'm gonna build with collector. Just is kind of fun. Oh yeah, or even without collector. Or like, actually, for Hollywood, festive is not the worst. Actually, like that explosion actually triggers that as well. But the thing is, like Hollywood already is pretty easy to deal with. I don't really care about the activity. Wait, what was the thing here? Let me actually look at the accompanying picture. It's next to a sewer, so it's here or something. Oh wait, I think I'm in the wrong place actually. Where are we? Oh yeah, we are in the wrong place. This isn't even. I just engaged those guys because they were in my way.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
And the next one is here. This is the big body. That one's down. And now, so that's torso. Head is, there's this one. This one's in that corner. So you just go from the mission. It's likely going to be the fastest. This one. Yeah, let me catch up here. Not Yao. Sorry, what was that in reference to? Skills and master difficulty still in the old global modifier. All of the older missions, same for the Parnell one. When you go into them, you get those seasons modifiers. So this one as well, once we get the season or the climax mission of this season, we'll have the global modifier, of course, of here. But then even next season, if we go into it, we'll have this season's global modifier. That's the only way you can see the old ones. And then this one's over here. Pick that one up. So that one's there. That one's there. Okay. So we have third, the leg is here. So let's go from the bridge. And the fourth one is also near there. And once we have all the pieces, we go back and spawn the hunter. And this being on normal, it just murder. We can murder everybody. But yeah, the climax missions are going to be like that. That's also why in the other climax missions, if you go into them, the ones before, you know, they added modifiers, the modifiers turn off. So yeah, that's intended like that. But then the annoying thing is, I think they still haven't fixed it. If you go in there and you weren't there for that season, you actually, right, it's over here. And then, yeah, if you go in there, you just don't have anything really. Which I'm not sure that part is intended. They should just be fully unlocked. Yeah, that's there. How many more? Okay, after this, there's only one more. Oh, actually, that one's also over there-ish. Yeah, let's head over there. Also, it's going towards nighttime, although, well, we need it to be 9 o'clock or later, so that's still a ways away. Because yeah, whenever it becomes nighttime, we'll go do Lumen, who's one of the hunters. That one's the only one that needs nighttime. Also, one thing you could do if you were better at it than me, but here just to not do too many things at once and maybe miss a step and get frustrated. For instance, the plushies and stuff are kind of near us as well here. So we could trigger some of those if we know exactly like where they were as well. And it looked like this one. And we did get in combat, but we can fast travel away. We're going back there again. One piece is pretty close to there, and then we spawn the boss. Hello. The dude. Ninja Night Watcher with Contractor's Glove versus what you're using right now. What do you mean versus Heartbreaker Tech Tank? Because that doesn't seem equivalent at all. The mementos are like really good. With like, if you mean just for Heartbreaker, you're giving up at least with Heartbreaker you're not giving up as much damage, but yeah, you would be giving up a lot of damage with that. Also, the Link Laser Pointer is just gonna do what Night Watcher can do, and much cheaper. It's a lot cheaper in stats and stuff, right? Not not in actual cost, but in like the opportunity cost of it. But yeah, Night Watcher with Heartbreaker can make a little bit of sense, but you're still giving up a ton of them. And this is the part, and then we should have all the pieces there. And then when we interact here, it's gonna spawn the guy in. So be ready. Although he's on normal, so and he spawns over there.
System curtailed.
He does have a turret.
Hostile assault turret
But
detected.
yeah, he's on normal. And Elite is getting his masks. In my case, I'm not getting any of the masks. I already have them. Those get shared across characters, but the completion of it is per character. And I'm doing it especially as well just because I want to have like all characters eventually having the safe house there with the things. Yeah, Murray's done. On to Redtail. This is the antenna one. This is the long one. Yeah, let's start. Let's just start going down the list. Actually, that's perfect. We can go to that convoy. That's right next door. And it is disabling all of these antennas. Antennae. That's public execution. Being mad at us. I'm just gonna run away. That's the nice thing about being on normal. And this is just, there's antennas around. I think this one's on the roof. And then there's like a blue wire coming down to where this switch is. And now we need to disable 9 switches. That's 1. Let's go to number 2. So that's over there. So let's go from the control point. And one thing we could do, for instance, is split up and just each go for 1, but just to show them all on stream. So.
Friendly supply convoy in proximity.
As well, but I got confused. What can choose event or global fund only? Yeah, that's just how they're set up. It can be very confusing, yeah. If you don't know that that is like what is happening. Totally gettable. This one was on here, right? Somewhere, yeah. This one's back here. And that's 2. I know we're just shutting down these guys' Wi-Fi, so they can't get to their waifus. And because of that, they'll try to murder us. Next one's there. Let's actually jump to this convoy there. That works out pretty well.
Friendly control point nearby.
Also, keep in mind for the person asking about that build as well. Here, I'm running it with the memento specifically as well, and just this is made for survivability quite a bit. To be tanky with that, and then the survivability, especially the shield, is the survivable part of here because it's getting healed by the artificer. But yeah, ninja bike wouldn't get you that much. Although you could just forgo the ninja bike for that. Oh yeah, no. So there's a 1 box in the back. Yeah. I could actually look at the guide here, but I'm just looking at the location. But yeah, there's 1 box in the back here that I'm gonna quickly go get. Let's go with that one. But yeah, it's very obvious there, so. Because it is shooting 3 boxes. Oh, somebody requesting a friend's requesting. Is that for wanting to join on these hunters? Because yeah, if you want to, yeah, feel free to join. We've already done 1, but yeah, we're doing the other one still. So there's 1 up there. And then there's 1 up there. But yeah, if you want to join, just join up. Yeah, so that was 3. 4 is here. Yeah. Let's just run from here. The load to the safe house or to the control point will be the same. Same length. But yeah, if anybody does want to join for the hunters, if you want to get them then. You'd have to be on PC. As we discussed earlier, no crossplay. No console peasants allowed. That's I wish I could allow them, but yeah. I'm gonna kill this guy because he's in my way, but yeah, we're not gonna really do this. I'm just gonna jump up here and quickly get this. And then try to figure out where we're heading. We are heading to here. Yeah, so we're going to this, yeah, kind of next to that. So let's go to this mission, and I'll mark it. Is this the one on the wall? No, this is the one upstairs.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Somewhere over there. And yeah, after this one, we'll go do Lumen, because that one's... and it's interesting to see a lot of the blue highlights of diamonds going about. And it is really three. It's three, right? Well, there's, yeah, the fourth one isn't that bad. There's four that are kind of running around. Like this, and then the rest isn't as much. Yeah, back. Might as well grab these indeed. Some resources. So that's that one. I've lost count already, but that's fine. We don't need to keep count. Okay, the next is on that side of the building. Let's just go from the control point. I feel that's faster than running where we are. Oh man. What we all man in. Sleep, not sure why you can hear this. Well, love you too, and yeah, have a good night. And we'll catch you in the future. Hey, this isn't this control point. Let's just go around this way. I feel. I thought this was a different control point with the gap in the middle. Still haven't really learned Brooklyn inside out. That'll take a while. So the words I sent on the experience, my background working, so did my phone, but it's obvious. I mean, sometimes it does go like that. Okay, yeah. We have that person that requested to join, or well, requested friendship, join in. Oh, it's that one, yeah. I know this one's over here. Just in case, I'll wait for everybody to be in range. I don't think that matters. Although actually, yeah, that definitely doesn't matter. There's one thing we can do actually is like split up and get them separately, but we won't do that here. Just to also, yeah, show all the stats. So next up is this. Where's this? This is this control point, and then here. Oh, actually, this is. Oh yeah. So this one you could actually open with a crossbow, I think, from this side. But actually, yeah, I don't. Actually, let me try if an explosive, just a grenade works. Otherwise, yeah, we have to go around the block and come from the backside. Okay. You are one of the console peasants, but yeah, I don't ascribe to that. We all have our systems. I used to play on consoles quite a bit as well. Does this work? That works. Okay. Because otherwise you have to go actually around. The actual way to do it is to come from that side and you shoot out like this box from there, and then you get access to here. And yeah, the antenna is here. We'll disable this one. Okay. Next up. That's over here. We can just run there. Yeah. Oh, this. I think I know which one this is as well. Yeah. Let's actually jump over here. These guys are definitely gonna spot us. Or maybe not. Sneak, sneak. Although I'm not sure if we can all get past them. Otherwise, we'll turn and fight. Yeah, this one we have to go all the way to the end there and then come back. And we can likely avoid these enemies. Because we have to go up from this track. And I've done these unders twice now, so I kind of know my way around. That's why this isn't my first rodeo. I think they've spotted one of us. And then the buttons here. Next one is, where is it? It's next to this sewer. Which one is this? Oh, this is that one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's just run from here to there. That's likely. Although we can, yeah, that fast travel will put us on the other side of it. Because we can actually take the rope down. With that as well. Let's just murder these guys. That wasn't the weapon I was expecting there.
Always tried to make the hard choices and sacrifice the few to save the many. It may sound cold and callous, but that's what real leaders do. They make the hard choices and live with the consequences.
Shit, I scrolled here. Yeah, we're in that one. Okay. I accidentally scrolled in there. The descent runs tomorrow. Depends on rotation we get tomorrow, but likely, well, maybe if we get envy next time we get envy, I'm definitely going to attempt.
Hostile broadcast.
And we're not going in the sewer. We're just going upstairs. It was just next to it. I want to get that Nemesis patch on main account especially. Oh, one thing we could do, it is nighttime and we're here anyway. We could just do Lumen, which is just around the block anyway. We just need to remember where we are on this, which shouldn't be too hard. Actually, yeah, I can just keep this guide open. We don't need a guide for Lumen. This one is this one. That one's not done. How many more do we need here? Where is this one? Where's the marker? Which bridge is that? That's that bridge, so it's over there. Wait, isn't that like the final? What is this then? Oh, this is a map of it. Okay. Oh, we're on the last step actually, yeah. So let's go to Lumen, which is just like downstairs because we want to do that at night. We just go back down. Because yeah, we can bang out Lumen, and then also this one is basically set at the final step. So we'll have two pretty quick after one after the other.
Don't cry. Die with some dignity.
Let's see about avoiding those guys. Although, well, let's just murder them real quick because we'll need to run through here. So let's just get them out of here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And one thing with modifier is it's pretty easy to spot where people are spawning. Because at least one person is gonna have a thing above their head.
Holy shit!
Yeah, let's go do Lumen. And yeah, this one is one of the ones that a lot of players found because you just have to come here at night. And if you open this garage, which can only be opened at night, that's the part that makes it nighttime. If you hit this, dun dun dun. And yeah, this one actually I found by myself without even outside help. And then actually, if we kind of look over there, oh, that takes a few seconds. Hey, a blue light. Especially people that have been around for like that season where we had the notes after the recruiter. They'll know what this is, where we basically follow the blue lights. Where's it going actually? Over there, yeah. So we just have to follow where this leads us. Although this ends actually over there. So, but yeah, we have to actually follow the thing. It has checkpoints, so if we have to actually follow the route. Fingers crossed for Envy. Yep. Although even Rat I would even be okay with for the Nemesis patch. Because yeah, the Nemesis patch is just getting the Nemesis after Loop 8. I think here it wants us to go this way. Yeah. And also, yeah, lore-wise, this is Diamond. This is the other AI. This one is technically in control of the Black Tusk, but it seems to be helping us here and there. So, you know, something might be up with that. Because yeah, sometimes it leads us like this to certain places. It wants us to find some of the things.
Detected. From the control point in proximity.
Oh, actually, I didn't realize this leads us through here. We'll be coming back here for the other hunter, but let's actually just do Lumen by itself. Oh, they're not fighting us now, mind. I just heard shooting. We could try spot. Yeah, nah, let's not. It might break stuff. Let's just do Lumen and then come back here. Because here is actually the antenna hunter. But I'm not sure if we try to trigger him there, it might break Lumen. And yeah, indeed, I didn't finish my sentence there, but yeah, you have to, for the Nemesis patch, you have to beat him at loop 8 or beyond. Oh wait, is it after loop 7? No, it's 8. You have to reach loop 8 without reaching the Nemesis first. Or did they reduce it to 7? Is that what you mean? Wait, am I going still the right way? I'm barely paying attention.
Finally using the good shit.
I'm just running to I'm following the Isaac line suddenly, which I don't think is the right way. Let's go back to here, and I think it marks something here for us to follow. Yeah, over there. Yeah, be sure to just shoot me if I'm going the wrong way. If you see the light somewhere. I just have the Isaac line up to the end spot, but yeah, we have to kind of follow the route. Over there. Me being a dumbass. And that's the reason you want to kind of capture the control points and stuff and have them captured, because so you just can't run past. And actually, my first time with this, it was just pretty... Because I kind of was like, oh, this might be a part of a hunter puzzle and stuff. I was just like... I mean, it was obviously like a hunter puzzle thing, but... thought it might just be a step of it, and it turned out to be the full thing. And then once we reach up here... Dun, dun, dun. Big one over there. Lights up. And then once we get close there, it'll actually spawn the guy. Why you gonna grab some bleed? No, I'm not, apparently. I was trying to grab those bleed rounds, but... It was verboten. To the rave, yeah. Oh yeah, this guy is pretty ravey. Let's just be safe. Also murder these guys. Oh, likely otherwise. Come on, right. We're on normal, so yeah, this guy isn't that dangerous. I fought him my first time on heroic, which was a pretty long fight. Yeah, let's go back for
System reactivated.
this. So let's go from the control point and get Red Tail as well. So we've got a Lumen, we've got a Mary and Red Tail, although yeah. I forgot. Fasty Chase we'll need to do. So yeah, the one you're missing is Mary. If you're listening at there. That's the one we did already. But yeah, you can just follow the guides online and go and do that one. When you're done. Swear that this gate is open. But we're gonna go downstairs. I know we turned off their Wi-Fi. Now we're gonna go mess with their PC as well. That's how big of a dicks we are. And this actually is cool because it even has like, you know, link devices 0 out of 9 and yeah, signal strength offline. And yeah, once we hit deactivate systems, alarm. Let's go back upstairs. And the man, the myth, the legend himself will show up to tell us off for turning off his Wi-Fi. Hey, what the fuck you doing? I was just sitting on the toilet having a dump and I lose my Wi-Fi? Like, what the fuck, guys?
System curtailed.
And even on normal, he does hit pretty hard. I actually was trying to close the distance, but in the meantime, he got murdered.
Friendly control point nearby.
Alright. Let's get these guys out of the way.
System restored.
Craver next. Oh yeah, there's the boat. I'm on a boat. Although we need to go to the boat first, which is, where was the boat location? Here-ish. Let's go from the control points. Because for this one, this is a step that a lot of the guides are missing, and it took me a while to actually figure that was going wrong. What was going wrong? You have to actually go to the boat first. Oh, another hoarder. Nothing too usable. Yeah. Let's go to the marker.
Supply drop nearby.
Supply drops dropping. One thing we could do actually here, because yeah, we can already skip this step for later. But let me actually write down which ones we have and haven't gotten. Because this is one of the plushies. But oh yeah, there's 8 of them. Which one is this one? Actually, I don't even remember. This is the hippo. So just to keep a checklist of some of the ones we do have already.
Supply drop detected.
Because that's for a different hunter, but let's get that step anyway while we're here. And yeah, let's go on to the boat. And then this one was actually a decent puzzle, or you know, pretty simple puzzle as well, actually. Oh, echo. Yeah, let's grab this name group. Might even have the very rare chance of a catalyst from one of these.
Hostiles guarding location.
And I'm gonna guess that chance goes down on non-heroic. But yeah, here you have to come to the boat first, and actually this is the puzzle. So this is kind of this is just overlaid onto the map. So this is that triangle over here. And then like these items where it is, that's the positions we need to go. But yeah, we know those positions, so let's just go there and get them all. It's not in front of it. Yeah, they seem misplaced. I saw actually that's why I kind of turned around as well on the last second of it. I saw actually, yeah, when I was kind of on the edge on the side of it, it was showing the thing. But likely it's turned around, isn't it? Likely. But it was also just bleed rounds. Like if it was shock rounds or fire rounds, those can actually make these fights a little easier. But yeah. So first one is here, and then these things just aren't here until you go to the boat. So if you've ever tried to do this puzzle and the things aren't there, and we just press and hold F until we have the item. Let me actually try to. So this is this one, that one, just to go as cool the quickest way. Yeah. So let's go for this one next. This one's over there. We can just run from here. Although, yeah, while we're here, it's back there, isn't it? We can get the turtle. I think this is the turtle, right? Yeah. So let's get these already. I should put a thing on it. No, not that. But yeah, the turtle was here. So I'll remember for later. Actually, it did explode, right? And then yeah, let's go to that spot that I've marked. And then we have to get 4 gas cans and then go back to the boat. This one is a collection one, but isn't the worst one. Why is it sending us? I feel I'm gonna go this way. I feel Isaac is drunk. Yeah. Isaac was just a little drunk. Also, let me catch up in chat a little bit while we're running there. In your passive Langma build, how important is the 3 red core chest? I can't find one at all. That one is a super unicorn and pretty hard to find. That's why on that same build picture, on the side of it, there's also a sacrifice. The chest. The named chest. So you can go sacrifice and then move the Lengmo to the knee pad slot. And that is a much easier build to get together. So, but that loses a little, like overall, I would consider the Lengmo one like just a few % better. Not a lot. Yeah. Where that water is. And yeah, all of these are kind of on resource locations. This one there. There's also, I think, at some point here we pass near where the snake is. But I'm not sure we're gonna hit it this time. Actually, isn't it back? No. Oh yeah, it is back here. Yeah, so this is this one. And then this is here where the territory control is, yeah. And then south we go. Actually, yeah. Isaac was gonna going that way. It's like maybe he's right, but then he changed his mind.
Something really quite beautiful. I'm not ready to unveil it just yet, but when you see what we've done
their dreams a reality.
Hmm.
Such beautiful, twisted
Let me see where this actually is. Oh yeah, this was by one of the things back here. But yeah, let's just clear this out, yeah.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile broadcast detected. Access key detected.
Yeah, the picture for this one isn't too clear. Feel this could be with a much. Oh, it's over there. Yeah. Because it just shows kind of this like the cloth thing here. That doesn't really give it away. And yeah, once we have all 4 pieces, we go back to the boat, which is over there. Let's go from the control point again, and that spawns us the Craver.
You won't need flashlights for much longer.
And then yeah, we have 4 down, 4 to go. But also actually, so the antenna one and the Mary one, those are 2 of the longest anyway. The only remaining long one is the plushies, but we already have 2 out of 4 plushies, or 2 out of 8 plushies. Just gonna go around. Right, that does look pretty cool at night with the parachutes like exploding. I know there is one last 5th canister now on the boat. Now that we come back to it, it just spawns it here. So
Supply drop nearby.
I know it's here. So this means that yeah, and then he'll spawn over there-ish in a second. But yeah, it's just gonna instantly die anyway.
System disrupted.
Actually, a little bit more to the left. It actually disrupted the cleaners out there.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
Oh yeah, somebody took 1 sniper to the face. Let's just kill some of these.
Activated.
And then make sure to grab your... Okay, let's just kill enough to get out of here. Good thing.
Detecting additional
Stop shooting me so I can fast travel away. I'm already gonna look for Conqueror. Which one is this one? Oh yeah, so this is the plushies. So this is the last long one. So hippo we already have. Snake. Neck.
Hostiles are opening a supply drop.
So that's in here. Wait, where's the control point? The control point is there. So if that's this, this is this, so it's here. Okay, yeah. The annoying thing is some of these pictures that just because they were taken from like very early on, still have a ton of fog of war. And if you guys get out of combat, or well, not out of combat, but just don't get shot for a second, you can jump over as well.
Supply drop claimed.
And let's go get the snake.
Additional hostile contacts.
And then we need to get 5 other ones, and then... So there's likely a really good route that could be made from all this. And actually, I wouldn't mind trying. Although I wouldn't mind also first looking if somebody hasn't made one. Because you could hit, you know, go hit this one for this one, this one for this one, this one for this one. Because they overlap in areas quite a bit. But here, just to keep my sanity and not just, you know, jump from one to the other. Because it would be annoying if we just missed one somewhere. I know, the snake is over here. I'm just gonna write snake as well here. I know this was tiger, although nowadays we call it leopard. So this is next to the safe house here. Yeah, let's go from the safe house. It looks so good. Oh yeah, it does also help a little bit. So you keep kind of around the same damage, and then you have like 10% less incoming damage, which doesn't sound like much, but you know, it has some value. But especially, yeah, that one ticks a little bit higher because of the foxes in there. But it's not a humongous difference. Those two, like, you'd be perfectly fine running it with just the sacrifice version, like forever, if you had to. The Lengma one is an upgrade, but expensive one. And yeah, that super unicorn is that. It's a super unicorn. It's not just a unicorn, it's a super unicorn. And yeah, this is a super leopard. Leopard. I find it funny that some of the some didn't even catch on fire even. He must be a hunter on their side. I was about to say something by totally. Some of these names, I just know how to actually spell them just because of, like, if there was a tank of them, a version of them. Yeah, from the bridge. Was also, yeah, this one actually we're kind of jumping to and fro, but this is kind of the order that they were discovered because I'm looking at the secrets Discord, this division secrets Discord. Which is actually a pretty cool Discord. If you have ever a few hours to waste, you can kind of look through it. And yeah, there's also, for instance, from the previous hunters, how people figured it out and stuff. And then also even some of the other secrets that are around. Like basically all of the secrets are covered there. And then also even a bunch of places where, you know, people go like, this is likely meant to be a secret, or was maybe meant to be a secret, because there's a bunch of places where, yeah, there is some stuff there where you go like, this was likely here to have a secret, but then maybe they didn't do it. I'm just gonna murder these guys so we don't get followed. And then we go up here. Also, actually, as well, near some of these places, there's also an SHD cache. So actually, if you haven't gotten that yet, you can always get that. Yeah, we have to hit that laptop in a second. Although, yeah, stream delay. Because we need to hit this, and then we have to kind of go back. But actually, you guys can stay here if you want for a second. Or actually move ahead even. Because if we go back, hit this. This is actually for the SHD puzzle as well. And then yeah, although which one was it? Although I can know from this as well. This one is the teddy bear. The teddy. But I don't know if anybody needs that SHD cache, but yeah, it's just that. Yeah. Actually, oh yeah, that's maybe handy if I share the link to that Discord. Give me 1 second. Cappy. Okay. That's weird. Keeping it secret. I'll put it in both chats here. I know that's to the secrets Discord, which has been around for forever. Teddy bear parrot. This is over there. Because this, for instance, we could have gotten while we were doing the Mary part. But yeah, just let's see. Yeah, well, no, that's fine because yeah, we have I have the list there actually. It goes like the name of it and then like the location picture of it. And yeah, this one's on this roof, but we need to go around to get there. What was it? Yeah, sure. The other chart that is unicorn rolls is a place to tell what cores are weighted. The cores are always set, so they're not. There's no weighting there. There's just, you know, if a piece has a blue core, it will always have a blue core. Oh, yeah, okay. And then for most of the gear sets, that's just fixed. Oh yeah, the parrot is right here.
Detected from the control point in
So
proximity.
that's parrot. People getting cans as well and such there, I see. I might as well grab this to deconstruct. Next is rabbit. That's over here. Let's actually go fast travel to the mission and then run over. I know, 2 more. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna follow the Isaac line just to, oh no, actually Isaac changes my you change it over here. But then also, yeah, so if you want the full list of those, you can go to I should just hit outer run here. Well, although yeah, we're gonna go into a car here. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up. I'll put it in both chats. This goes to the Discord spreadsheet, which is this. And then actually, yeah, there are tabs at the bottom. There is a brands list tab there. So where's it? Brand sets. There we go. And that kind of shows, yeah, what their cores are, and then also what their things are. They haven't added in refactor. Oh no, actually that would be gear set, right? Refactor. Because yeah, refactor actually is one of the few that like has blue and yellow, and then system corruption has red and yellow. Yeah. Up we go, and he's up there indeed. Missed the, or wait, was this the rabbit or the dolphin actually that explodes? Yeah, the dolphins. But yeah, a lot of people call this the rabbit one. But yeah, we'll just call dolphin. I like I don't need to track this, but turtle we have, panther we have, which is actually the other one. It's cheetah leopard. Wait, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hostage health is critical.
Wait, do we need 7 or do we need 8? Let me actually count on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, okay, we just need 7. I misremember 8 apparently. So the final is here-ish, next to this mission somewhere. So let's fast travel down there. That was 8, but yeah, apparently not. It's 7.
Hostage is dead.
Yay! Gotta love some dead hostages. And then we go over here, and there is here. It's in. I think it's in here, isn't it? Yeah. There is now a shrine to animals. All these animals we cause the deaths of, and yeah, we can interact with it, and then he spawns over there.
Malfunctioning.
Oh, actually, I gotta meds back off.
System back online.
It's over.
Make sure to grab your masks. So that's Conqueror, Cypher. Now, Mm. Oh, this is this guy. Okay. Where is the location though? Where's the screenshot of the location? What? Struggling to find the location here. Is it just, no, it's not that. That's like one of the, yeah, they don't have a location just easy peasy. There's so many screenshots in this one. That's kind of silly almost. Let me actually look in this one because it had Cypher on the map there. Cypher, so that's here. So where's the big triangle building? Oh, maybe that's not a building, right? That's just the area. So Cypher, oh yeah, so it's this building. Okay. Let's go over there. Yeah, the Roboto one indeed. I think there was a screenshot there of the location, but like it's no longer there. But I found it eventually. And this one is a pretty quick one. Actually, most of the other ones we'll have here are pretty quick ones. Yeah, it's on the other side of this building. Should have maybe come from that side. And this one took people a little while to actually figure out what was required. But yeah, the thing turns out that this fleshy here, his name is I Love You, and this is Mr. Roboto. And yeah, we just need to spell out Roboto. There's just all of these on the wall here, these arrows. So it's R, where's the O? O. I should maybe do it with my pistol. Ba, Bo, and then T is somewhere up there. Is that T? Let me actually look at this image for a second, because there's an I there and there's a T there, and it's always kind of hard to see which one is which. That's Conqueror. This is Cypher. So it's the bottom of that triangle. So that's the T and O, and yeah, it's gonna spawn in a second when I hit this.
System curtailed.
And in comparison to some of the other ones, the puzzle originally took people a while to get, but yeah, just to get the hunter is pretty quick. And then yeah, tracker as well. I should pull up the Reddit one for this one.
System restored.
Yeah, so where is this guy? This is here. And then you're here, so we're gonna go to an area, but actually only one of us should enter, and I'll do it. But then the rest, you two wait by the elevator outside. I'll show where it is. So, and then you can shoot through the window to help kill him. But it's best if only one person actually goes into the room. As it is like a weird-ish puzzle. So here, wait out by like outside here. So just wait here and then I'll spawn him and then you can shoot through the window. And then yeah, this is actually, so this is a directional puzzle thing. So what we have to do is actually, so enter with W and then we go A, and then basically I go till I hit something. Yeah, that door closes behind me. So I go till I hit something and then we go a different route. So A, W, D, S, D,
Friendly control point nearby.
W, A, W, D, W, A, S, D, W, and I want to, this allows me to pull this, because normally you can only pull the other one.
System malfunctioning.
And basically there's likely checkpoints underneath. And there's likely some, you know, oh, that's shares. I'm like, why does it drop? why did that drop? Yeah.
System back online.
Yeah, that's tracker. So now we have one last guy. Although, so normally you would have to fight this guy at the end. I'm not sure actually if, because we didn't try it last time. Let's see actually if it spawns him. Because it should, because the world, like the world owner is eligible. But this guy, you spawn him after you've spawned everything else. But, you know, technically in here, Fast doesn't have Mary. But that shouldn't matter, because you could get this and then go get Mary in the future. Just follow a guide on it and just go around. Get the parts, and then you can have that 8 masks as well. And then, yeah, this is the old, this is actually the location of the old safe house. This is where the Division 1 safe house was. But yeah, it looks the same still, the Brooklyn. And actually, so this thing, this is empty when you start out. And now we have filled in like the 7 other hunters. And now like these things aren't here if you come here first. So we fill it in, and then now if we interact with it. Dun dun dun. And we should by now know how Lumen worked. So this is leading us to the roof. And that's the 8 hunter. So basically 3 of them take forever. The boat one is also takes a few minutes, but yeah, especially the plushies, the antennas, and Mary take a little bit to go get the pieces.
System curtailed.
Okay. Okay, that should be. Bradley, that's all 8, and then yeah, Fast. You just have to get Mary at some point for yourself. And yeah, we're gonna round it out there as well. I'm just gonna jump actually back to the settlement here. I just like pop my caches and stuff and clean up. And you now as well, you'll have access to. I'm actually not gonna open mine on my world, but. You have now access to the huntsman. I'm gonna open it on this character, but if you go to like over here, well, actually, well, unless you won't have. Well, Fast will still need to do that 8 mast, but yeah, you get like with the 8 keys, we can open up. We can open up the crate over here and get our first huntsman. But also already from now, Cassie will have the huntsman as well. So. But yeah, feel free to grab your leads. And then you'll have the wall full as well. You might need to log out and log in sometimes as well. Oh, no, yeah, actually, you have the huntsman there. And the skin for it as well. Yeah, let me actually just quickly check if I have anything worth keeping or sharing or something. Yeah, I actually grabbed that to share and I forgot anytime. Yeah, we don't even have caches there. But then yeah, I'll leave you to it, Edlidis, and thank you as well, Fast, for tagging along. And yeah, we'll likely catch each other in the future. I'm just gonna drop group, and then also yeah, we're gonna round out the stream there. But yeah, thanks for the company, and thank you as well. I'm gonna guess that was Toby then. In game. And then in your case, yeah, you just need the Mary one, which yeah, does take a little bit of running around, but yeah, you saw it likely. Maybe you saw it there. Otherwise, just yeah, watch maybe DJ Tickle has, for instance, really good videos on him. It's only missing the step with the boat, one of those steps. Yeah, let's actually take this back to DC, and then we're gonna round it out there. We're gonna call it. But of course, before we end, I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do.
Safe area detected.
Let's see if she is available. Oh yeah, we'll likely go with that.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso
We'll
had
actually
to
just
go.
quickly check in the
Said it was safer for
category
us if
and
she's
see
not
if we have
here.
any names that I'm like. Because we do have a bunch of people that are new faces in the division, or returning faces to the division. And I always enjoy spreading the joy around and spreading the raiding and such around. But yeah, let's go with Anna Boogie Woogie, who I do quite enjoy. Actually, she has she has some good vibes and good energy, and she always tries to be cheerful and such, which I quite enjoy. Yeah, we'll be raiding over there on the Twitch end, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely just again in the evening. And tomorrow as well, we'll have, or was that today already? No, tomorrow we'll have a short go up. I'll actually be on the. Actually, am I saying that right? That's tomorrow, right? I don't know my own schedule anymore. Yeah, tomorrow we'll have the spawning the hoarder short go up. That's the 19th, right? Yes. Also, yeah, this weekend, the Sunday, I'll be missing, as Sunday evening I'll be working, so I'll be away that day. But yeah, the rest of I'll be back, the day after, and we'll be here actually Friday and Saturday. Enough yapping for me tomorrow as well. We'll likely enough yapping for me, and then I continue yapping. But yeah, tomorrow we'll likely work a little bit on either the build collection updates video or the catalyst video, basically doing the prep work for those, just so we have that all ready. And then I might actually just do the catalyst, just to give myself a little bit more time as well, with maybe upgrading some other things in the build collection as well. Yeah, let's start that raid, and I'll catch up on one last time here on everybody here. Yeah. Decoy become Nemesis Stinger Hive? No, decoy becomes just a random skill. So that's why you generally don't want to have decoy. Even though the Nemesis can have decoy, it will be only from a random. So if you have decoy, he won't have decoy. He'll just have random. But while he has random, he might have decoy. Right? Like the decoy is just a random skill that he can have. So, but yeah, if you had a decoy, yeah, that would be a random skill for him. That's why we generally avoid that one. Thanks for some more of the games. Yeah, well, glad to have helped out, and yeah, definitely be also sure to maybe check out the YouTube end if you're new to me. As yeah, there I try to help out even more. Yeah, let's go right over to Anna Bagui. I just like saying the name as well. I'll be back tomorrow evening, and as always, Have a good night.